CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Anima Squad deploy. What's up, Doc?
I'll bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Stay still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. Mission's off to a good start.
Hey, Fishbones! Should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Threadbreaker, right?
1v1.
Yeah, okay. Unified onto Criscata. Into the Featherstorm. He just preemptively heal rooted in place. And oh no, he burns the flesh as well.
But, you know, they should be able to go in for a little bit more. Kongren gets the kick off onto Wako. But Wako able to dodge out onto Driver. Now Uniboy going for the backline, gets a distort, but Minji stays alive right here. Things are getting incredibly close. Will Kino fall down? Driver looking for the Q, but Minji turns him up, and they get the kill instead. This is actually turning up to be a 1-for-1. JT over. Both sides is happy to push in this mid, and Little B has to be a little bit careful here. Leon coming in with the engage first. They are going to start up onto Enzo and Uniboy, but Wako, on the other hand, is about to go down. He's just alive for now, but he finally does die. Driver is still alive, and he's chopping down targets here. So in the end, it will be a 2-for-3 trade, but Little B goes down, and Uniboy is the only one alive. Super scattered fight.
Right now, and things are just starting to get a little bit weird. In this jungle, the dive, the knock, the bop, the Kurt is trying for the disengage, and he's not going to be able to do it as Hana opens up with a Heartbreaker. In goes the dash. What a massive body slam! And now it is going to be Hana, Criscata all the way on the board as they wipe off most of Frankie's.
Interested about this. I feel like he actually accidentally placed it. Yeah, he definitely accidentally placed that Herald.
Yeah, Driver looking for opportunity.
Oh, there goes the final chapter. They managed to catch two. There goes the reset. But they get the Viego back in turn. JT do have a numbers advantage, but at the meantime, Charm goes down anyway, and they're getting multiple kills. Resets down for Uniboy, and he picks up all the remaining members. Beyond Gaming wanted to hold up.
Anima Squad deploy. What's up, Doc?
I'll bring swift death. Impure fools.
Let's see what you're made of.
Stay still! I'm trying to shoot you. All right, now we're hopping. Mission's off to a good start.
Hey, Fishbones, should we blow something up?
You might inconvenience people and hurt their feelings.
Yo, one thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And I had to give the haters to giving applause. I can get an uncle without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up the rest, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't grow with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running forward to the spills of the saucer. Cool me true to author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. nursery. Still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury. Working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 2032. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like broom. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June.
Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win.
It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
I'm a wall of danger. I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie. I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm not of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie. I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. Overdrive. One look at the city lights, getting hypnotized.
Something about you, I can hide it. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, good things happen. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, something about you, something about you. Once in a lifetime, I love falling from the stars. Grace, our mistakes, you hold me before the part. Is this true love? I surrender. I spill love. Is this true love? I surrender. I spill love. Something about you, I can hide it. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, good things happen. I fell for you from the start. Something about you, something about you, something about
Yeah. Ich glaub, die Chancen stehen gut, dass wir morgen nicht mehr wissen, was wir heute gemacht haben. Ja, der Boost in meinem Blut killt den Blues ab. Ufer ist zu laut für die Nachbarn. Und ich füll noch was nach. Kühl ist im Glas und es wärmt mich von innen. Korkenfliegen sind wach, bis am Morgen danach alles von vorne beginnt. Fick auf eure Art und eure bessere Gesellschaft. Ich mach Party ohne Grund, auch wenn ich dafür nicht mal Geld hab. Nein, ich lebe nicht gesund und in den Tag, weil's mir gefällt. Mache Tracks, unterschätzt, diese Mucke ist mein Shelter. Terren versus Wild, ja, ich bau mir was aus Pflanzen nach, muss dafür nicht in den Wald. Gib mir noch was ein von dem Gift und die Sicht wird langsam dizzy von dem Wein. Seh nicht doppelt, sondern dreifach, wenn der Mond mal wieder scheint. Ja. Immer unterwegs, weiß nicht, ob ich ankomme. Schaut tief in mein Herz, aber findet keine Antwort. Ich glaub, die Chancen stehen gut, dass wir morgen nicht mehr wissen, was wir heute gemacht haben. Ja, der Boost in meinem Blut killt den Blues ab. Ufer ist zu laut für die Nachbarn. Und ich füll noch was nach. Kühl ist im Glas und es wärmt mich von innen. Korkenfliegen sind wach, bis am Morgen danach alles von vorne beginnt. Viele bunte Drinks und ich chill an meinem Block. Taschen voller Ort, deshalb lauf ich vor den Cops. Brüder wollen chillen und ich schaue auf die Glock. Gerade passt es gut, ich habe 20 Gramm gekoppt. Rauche in der Einfahrt, Henny aus dem Weinglas. Wie lang ist es her, dass du das letzte Mal geweint hast? Alles ist im Einklang, ja. Fische nach dem neuesten Shit und das ist nur der Beifang. Immer unterwegs, weiß nicht, ob ich ankomme. Schaut tief in mein Herz, aber findet keine Antwort. Und ich füll noch was nach. Kühl ist im Glas und es wärmt mich von innen. Korkenfliegen sind wach, bis am Morgen danach alles von vorne beginnt.
Yeah. All of avenger. It's not long till I evolve to what I'm meant to be. Hometown prophecy, London reinvented me. Elitists do it properly. MJ would've rocked with me. It feels like a crown is the only thing on top of me. Honest things in CD, get high like PG. Guys did like Ouija, stay smart like 3P. Get fly like ET, live east like E3. I am the only trilogy that beat no repeat. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, I'm an avenger. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat. I represent evolution like Charmander. Come through on the mic with a hard banger. Biblical with the bars, I'm the last rapture. I'm Picasso with the pen, this is art grammar. Lightning with the flow, call me for the rapper. I've been through some stuff, you will marvel at my chapter. Loud with the app, but I call it a big bagger. And I live in my family, the only thing that matters. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat, I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger.
And welcome, everybody, to another week here at the PCS Spring Playoffs for 2022. We are getting into the home stretch, and for tonight, we have ourselves the winners finals. PSG Talon, the top-seeded team, taking on number 3 CFO, who are red hot themselves. Hey, everybody, I'm Pyrotechnics, joined by Clement Chu on this broadcast today, and I would like to take a moment before we get things all started to thank our wonderful sponsors, of course, on the split, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. Also, a big old shout out to our broadcast partners, Carry Live, Riot Games, and Garena for making it all happen. Now, Clement, this is a Clash of the Titans. This is a big one tonight. PSG, Talon are still on top of the league, but CFO are climbing right back in, and they were the last team to hand these guys a loss. As we look at the playoff bracket so far, it's been 3-0 as far as the eye can see, but for a few.
PSG had a 13-game win streak before CFO came in and snatched that one away. Afterwards, CFO have found their fortunes. They haven't lost since then, and they've been doing incredibly well in the playoffs. This is going to be the first match for both of these teams where they are not expected to just straight out win all 3 lanes at the same time. This is where the real test lies. This is where compositions actually start to matter for both of them, and in my predictions, this is what the finals is going to look like as well. So I have extremely high hopes for both of these teams, and I do think we have a repeat match later on.
It is very possible, no matter who goes out in this one. And we have to think what happened last split as well. I know it was some time ago, but back in spring, it was Megabank Beyond Gaming that was in the same position CFO find themselves in right now. And it did go back-to-back 5-game series. PSG, of course, eventually emerged victorious to be the #1 seed at Worlds last year. But this time around, things are looking a little bit different. PSG with their new mid-jungle combo, they have not been quite as dominant as the side of River and Maple was. But that's not necessarily the reason that I think PSG have had, not struggles, but certainly challenge from a few other squads. CFO definitely making themselves look like, I think, the most impressive iteration of the J-Team universe that I think we could have had. I mean, J-Team themselves still in this, Deep Cross still in this. It's still an exciting time if you are a fan of the players that have gone through the hallowed halls of J-Team. But we'll have to see who emerges victorious out of that contention. And PSG tonight looking to once again make their mark on history.
I think if you compare these two teams, on CFO's side, you have our most talented squad out of all of them. Their solo laners in Rest and Mission, I think, are flat out just the best that you can get. On the other hand, for PSG, it's about cohesiveness. Yes, they have a very high talent level as well, but I actually don't think their mid-jungle is as strong as CFO's. However, if you look at the team fights, you look at the 5v5s, they just outright smash everyone else in the PCS. They know how to take objectives. They're very slow and measured, but when they go, it's just like a click of a finger. They're all going in together. They have the best and cleanest engages that we have ever seen, and that's where they're really dominant at.
And they pick the moments and places on the map to take the fights that other teams just don't seem to have the sense for, at least not to the same level. And this squad, there's a reason they still are on top of the heap. Hanabi in the top side, Juhan, Bay in the mid and jungle, then Unified and Kaiwing rounding it all out. We heard from them last week. Kaiwing in the post-match interview talked about, hey, you know, at CFO, we definitely think they are a very strong team. Even called them, maybe tongue-in-cheek, the T1 of the PCS. They certainly have talent in just about every single role, but will their weeks of preparation leading up to this moment only had to have one match so far. It was a 3-0 against the side of Deep Cross Gaming last week. Will it be enough to turn things against CFO, the team that were able to hand them one of their few losses on the split? It was in the mid and jungle that CFO were able to attack. Mission opening up on his Galio really put Bay behind.
It's got a straight-up solo kill right there, and this is why I think CTBC should be looking for a more early game-oriented sort of style. I feel like their best composition might be the 4-1 comp, a comp where you really want to stall out and put most of your eggs into the rest basket, but traditionally that's not how playing up against PSG has worked for them. In terms of the late game, there's still a lot of 5v5s, and Hanabi honestly just doesn't fall to Rest. Hanabi's one of those top laners that is immune to the BM of Rest, is immune to the assaults that Rest throws at him. So that leaves a very different angle for CFO. And I honestly do question if they can switch up gears, because what we've seen from their previous series is that, hey, you know, Mission can simply play Galio, he can simply play Victor, and he will still win the lane against most of his opponents. But against Bay and Juhan, I feel like they have to search for something a little bit faster, because their chances in the straight up late game, if they run into the 5v5, are much less compared to their other opponents.
Maybe the Ahri starts to come in on the CFO side. So far, Mission has kind of rejected the more recent trends of the meta and gone for his own all the same. Mission's definitely somebody that likes what he likes, and he can't really take it away from him, with Orianna and Galio having been his most played champions on the split so far. hasn't picked up that Ari yet, but there is plenty of time to see if things change. I think there is a lot of opportunities to attack. I mean, the mid lane is definitely one to focus. How about the top lane, though, too? Because you talked about how Rest, of course, is the BM king. He's also very mechanically proficient and likes to go for the 1v1. But Hanabi, he plays weak side, he plays strong side, he plays every side. And I do feel like it is certainly hard to challenge him, especially not without help. Taking a look at what they've done in the playoffs so far, really not a lot of shared champion pool in this side of the postseason, although we have seen a few things even out in the regular season.
The thing about Hanabi is that he's actually willing to go into counter picks and still go with more team-oriented champions like the Gangplank and like the Gnar and still come out ahead in lane. We saw that against Leaky. All 3 games, Hanabi dominated the matchup. So I don't expect Rest to actually get a solid lead in the top lane, and that has been the go-to strategy for CFO. On the other side, I think that the point that has been winning the most for PSG has been their bottom side. Even in the match where they lost to CFO, their bottom lane was still dominating between Unified and Kaiwing. I think the 2v2 is what they're going to rely on most, and most likely you are going to see PSG default to blue side, go for team fight and late game strategies, while CFO are the ones that are going to have to mix things up a little bit. 2 picks that everyone has been asking from Mission is, can he actually play the Ari? Can he play the LeBlanc? Those are your 2 most notable tempo picks, and if you don't have them, it might be hard to accelerate yourself.
Well, we won't get to see the Ari this game as CFO do ban it, but it's a lot of mid lane focus. The Syndra, the Galio off the board by CFO, or by PSG rather, and they've also banned out Jinx blue side. This is interesting here as clearly respecting the prowess of Shun, who came in on that same week to the roster that CFO did hand PSG one of their few losses. Lee Sin, now removed from Juhan, one of his most played champions.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I do see Lee Sin as probably the best early game neutralizer in terms of jungle. Like, if the opponent is running something like a Viego, which is probably the most played in terms of a carry jungle this patch, then Lee Sin can really shut that down. So I think it does leave CFO open to go for some of these carry junglers that you might not expect here. That being said, they default towards the Volibear, which I think is also very, very strong, but it does tend to be more of like a team fight pick where you can use his innate tankiness and also the bottom lane dive to make use of it. So I wonder if we are going to see the Misfortune here. That would be a champion that we have seen being played in the LPL. You could push your lane against the Xayah and then dive with the Volibear very easily to flip the bot side matchup.
Something we've seen attempted here in the PCS as well, not at a ton of success in some of the less balanced matchups here in the playoffs, but I do think if there's somebody that should be able to feel confident at it, should be Shun. PSG, though, they do opt initially for the Xayah, kind of almost daring to see the Aphelios matchup on the other side, but it's not something that Shun's really played more for, and as the recon is taken away by CFO, we see the Nautilus coming in, PSG for their side. What will they lock next? A lot of hovers. Yeah, Bay's having a little bit of fun with it. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Rise come in once again. It is his most played champion. He kind of likes to default on it. He gives himself a lot of pressure, but it is worth keeping in mind the last time these 2 teams faced, Bay was on the losing side of the matchup, and that might be why the Galio's off the table.
Yeah, there's not a lot of weakness overall in the Rise pick. It's very hard to completely shut him down. I would say Orianna is probably the most likely go-to pick for Mission in this matchup. But so far from PSG's draft, I think this is very interesting. They're not necessarily going for what we standard consider from a blue side draft, which is you want to have a very strong and focused team fight composition because most of your lanes are going to get countered. PSG are actually going on a completely different track from your normal blue side draft, and they're just making sure that none of their lanes are actually failable. It's kind of hard to dive in Nautilus. Xayah is probably your strongest matchup you're going to find in the bottom side as well, so a bit of a takeaway pick from Shun, and I think this is definitely a doable strategy for PSG. They don't necessarily need to win out in the early game. All they need to do is make sure CFO don't win. And when it comes to the late game, I think their team cohesion will just take them straight to a victory. So it seems like that is kind of the compromise draft that they're going for. While on CFO's side, this is getting fairly interesting here. There's a lot of dive potential coming from the bottom side. I do expect to see something that might be able to join Volibear in that dive here, but the pick that's going to come out against the Rise is going to be absolutely critical, and I like PSG's attempts here. I said Orianna might be the most obvious go-to, but it looks like CFO want to leave lane, so banning the Zoe is a good choice.
I think the Corki's probably next on the tier list for Mission, unless he's been preparing something a little bit different. We'll have to see as they focus their attention on the jungle as well. Juhan has played a number of those Viego games, and pop-up potential is always something to worry about right now, trying to neutralize some of the more hyper-carrying damage threats into the late game. Also, dive potential. The Nocturne is removed as they continue to chip away at that pool. What does this leave here, Clement? I'm thinking of things like the Jarvan. The Hecarim is still up.
I think the Hecarim is probably the most standard answer. PSG's biggest strength is in the team fight anyway, so I do expect that one to be kind of their go-to in this draft. I feel like Volibear does have a lot more early game presence compared to the Hecarim, but it's definitely still a strong pick. And the Jarvan, for me, I think a little less viable. The Jarvan does have that sort of long-range engage, but I don't see PSG's composition really going that far into trying to hard engage on CFO. So most likely Hecarim will be the answer right here. While CFO, we'll find out their pick. The Corki or the Orianna is most likely answer here, but it should be the mid lane.
Yeah, so last second, that is going to be the lock-in. Mission continues to stick to his standard. This is a pretty beastly team fight, you got to think, but at the same time, PSG's strategy of making sure that their lanes aren't going to be set too far behind early does neutralize one of the big strengths of CFO.
I do think PSG actually get outflanked here by their own draft. They went a little bit... honestly, these picks are strong, but they're all in different sort of directions. And CFO actually are the ones on the red side that not only come out with some lane advantages in the mid lane, but also a more cohesive composition. This is a comp where it's going to be very hard to actually touch any of the carries. They have a lot of disengagement potential with the shockwave and with the quickness, which even though it's a great engage, a lot of times it can be used as counter engage as well, as you just run through people that are trying to dive your comp. So PSG, in this sense, if you look at their late game, they don't have the better carries in this matchup. So it does become a little bit awkward for them. And what that means is that their front line has to bear more of the load of outplaying the enemy team. We'll see how that one works out. But here is the interesting part for CFO. CFO might not even try to go in the 5v5. They could still stick to their guns and go for the 4-1 strategy, which... I talked about this a lot in the pregame. I don't expect the 4-1 to work against Hanabi, but Rest is going to try.
I don't know. He's going to try. And I mean, hey, look, these are like two of the most iconic champions for these players in this season. I have said multiple times that Hanabi is the only person in the PCS who should be allowed to blind Gnar because he just plays every matchup fine. That is fair and true. But Rest has also gotten so many games on Graves. He looks like an absolute monster. They're going to go for the 4-1 anyways. Clement, they've got the chance to dive down Gemini. I want to see how active he can be on this Volibear in the early game, because I do think that is going to make a lot of the difference in these side lanes.
Exactly. The Volibear pre-level 6, I think, much stronger than the Hecarim here. And we have seen this top lane Graves matchup. It can be very swingy. He typically does build sustain, so it means if he's ahead, he continues to stay ahead. If he's behind, the sustain doesn't actually help you that much because you can't take the trades anyway. So that's a matchup where I do expect CFO will have to hard focus on. If you look at the rest of their lanes, they're not really high maintenance lanes. Like, you're likely going to get pushed into the bot lane, and Mission should be okay on himself. So a lot of attention heading into the top side. But the swap up does, I think, does complicate the calculations late game for me. I felt like CFO actually had a very strong comp where they could have just went for something even like the Malphite and just be completely okay with the way the draft ended up. But this time around, I feel like I feel like they do throw themselves another question of the 5v5 and do make it more. Their victory is more hinged upon the success of Rest than perhaps I would like to see.
Yeah, it's a little riskier, but I do think it is on brand for what Rest is going to try and do. So this early game is going to be very important, as are most in the CFO matchups. But it is worth reminding everybody what this series means as we are getting onto the Rift for game number 1. This is for a ticket to the grand finals of the PCS Spring Split. The loser will have another chance as they drop down into the bottom side of the bracket. Potential rematch in the finals could still be awaiting them, but all the same, very important to get that spot in the finals, looking to go forward to MSI. In the beginning, we see Qual and Kaiwing just poking each other out a little bit on that early roam, but just a few love taps, no full concerted engages. In our best of fives, we usually see the level 1s in game 1 being a little bit more standard. The crazy stuff comes later.
Yeah, you really want to see where this Hecarim is going to start. Typically, Hecarims do like their blue starts a lot because they can pull the SOFM, get 2 camps at once. So, you know, CFO wanted to see if they were going to start the blue side or going to start the red side. If they start on the blue side, that means Rest can push a bit harder here into the top. And PSG still going for somewhat of a late
okay
here. This
is spoke too soon here. They really want to get the play.
Yeah, I think this is more of a counter play here. So if CFO do manage to, or do try to poke their heads in, because, you know, they want to spot out this Hecarim, then they might be able to catch him red-handed. It doesn't happen. CFO play a very standard start. And meanwhile, on the top side, I do think Res actually spotted out this Hecarim start by himself, so they should know where the jungle is going.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we are underway, and that's going to be the 2v2. Started off early. Kaiwing getting the quick dredge line in, but as you mentioned, this is a lane that should get pushed in, but should have the opportunity to at least stay safe. One matchup that I am really excited for in this whole series is going to be that of Unified versus Shun, because it's very much our top 280 carries in a lot of ways, but Shun kind of just came in and disrupted the entire scene in Week 5. We didn't know what to expect from this guy, because up until that point, CFO seemed perfectly content to be running Atlan, but like the missing piece of the jigsaw puzzle, Shun kind of leveled up this entire squad by giving a much more aggressive killer instinct side to the bottom lane, and honestly, it almost feels like kind of a 2022 doggo.
It definitely does feel that way. He's so much better in team fights. We do have a gank coming in very early on, though. Gemini. Let's see if it works.
All right, Force is Bay to flash away, and the command attack distance is actually going to get some damage done, but Gemini steps a little too far forward, gets put in Rune Prison. So Bay's out, but early flash burned. Advantage CFO. I want to see where the bear goes next.
That's really nicely done, and this leaves Bay in such a bad position. You really want to gank the Rise early on so he can't just run into a very smooth Tear of the Goddess build into TP here. And this gets super awkward for Bay because his wave might just stick around in a bad position, and it will allow Mission to kind of freeze and get a little bit more off here. So at 18 CS, he should still have the Tear, but this TP is a bit of an awkward TP coming in for Bay. We'll see how he plays this one. I'm not 100% sure about the lane state, but it does look possible that it might just be frozen in place, and that's going to be very dangerous for a Rise without the flash here. So I do expect that he will have to call Juhan here, kind of fix his wave.
And this is exactly what CFO did last time to PSG, is try to attack that mid lane and really get the plays off. A few unforced errors as well did give early edges to CFO, but that game still ended up going pretty late. The 5v5s were a lot closer than the gold game would have expected. Meanwhile, though, we got to check up in the top side. Hanabi having no trouble against Rest so far in this 1v1, so you have to think that without jungler intervention, that may stay the same. But what's this? Juhan.
Juhan doesn't win this.
He's going to face check right into Gemini. Actually starts by sweeping through it, and this is actually a good 1v1 right now. Gemini, I don't think he was watching the map. He might have been shopping.
Yeah. Juhan actually gets a lot of free damage in just with the first auto attack and the Q here. Gemini definitely caught window shopping, and he could just go down here.
Yeah, he's got no flash. That's first blood, and oh my goodness. Juhan is right on top of Rest, who also didn't really see this one coming, but he will turn it around with the shotgun. That is PSG finding the unforced error.
Yeah, that was definitely a bit of a weird exchange right there. I feel like in most instances, Volibear with PTA is not really that afraid of the Hecarim, but Hecarim just got so much free damage off on him. You know, just goes in with the, starts the Decimate off, gets the auto attack, and he was also running the red buff in there as well. And they were also coming in with the Bay on the teleport timing, so Bay was a little bit more pushed up, and very surprised that they're able to find that, and that's the biggest weakness of PSG against CFO in their previous matchup just gone now. Like, in the previous time, it was Bay falling behind in the 1v1 versus Mission. That's not likely to happen in this matchup anymore.
Yeah, that was huge right now. And just considering even nameplates, right? I mean, Juhan is a newcomer into this league, having been picked up from NS Red Force over in Korea. Gemini is a mainstay. He's a very experienced veteran player. We don't see mistakes like that out of him usually.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be interesting to see how that one ends up. And if you look at the vision, that's also very detrimental to the top lane coming in for Rest, because he's basically lost control of his topside jungle. He doesn't know where the Hecarim necessarily is. Of course, now he does, But, you know, he has to assume that sometimes his Hecarim is going to be in his top because the wards are there already. And that just means he can't push the matchup and get that advantage that Graves needs so much. In terms of team fights, you know, I'd still take the Gnar over the Graves in most situations. Unless the Graves is massively fed, he's not going to have the same impact.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is a risky strategy. They did want to play it to try and get the advantage, but they haven't really been able to do much now. Gemini being settled behind will try to set up for a dive, but he doesn't have access to his ultimate just yet, so this is pretty risky. In fact, nobody does at the moment. Koala is going to go in and actually get the knock-up onto Unified. They'll root down Kaiwing, but this is very dangerous as Koala already goes down. I don't think Gemini was on the same page as the rest of his bot lane.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird. I feel like Koala went in, and both his AD and jungler were surprised by the outcome. Now Kaiwing has an easy dredge line if he wants it. Oh!
And he takes it in. Woo! Forcing the flash out of Shun. This is huge. Maybe they can try to turn the 2v2, but no. Unified and Kaiwing flexing.
That was interesting because CFO had full vision advantage, and they also engaged first, but they came out worse for wear. So I'm not sure what to make of it. That was just straight up a 2v3 that PSG won, and now they also get to clinch down onto the top side as well. So massive coordination issues coming out for CFO.
Yeah, that's going to be the big devastating charge, and they will even bring Bay to the party on the portal, and Hanabi with the Gnar shove into the wall is able to get the kill. This will open up the Dragon opportunity, but PSG are just running this early game.
That's what we were talking about in the pregame. CFO, they might have the better individual pieces, but in terms of coordination, PSG are just on a completely different level right here. The top lane is in such a bad position. The bot lane is also, I'm not sure how they're going to survive. They're at a very awkward back against the serrated Dirk plus the Vampiric Scepter right now. And the only place that they're winning is CFO and Mission. So we'll see what they make of it, but this early game is definitely not what CFO fans wanted to see.
I mean, what do you do if you're CFO right now? Like, do you opt for something crazy like lane swapping, just sacking Rest? I mean, he's such a big part of what the draft strategy called for. It feels like they don't really have a way to get him back on the board.
They need a hard force a win on top lane. Like, that's their only win condition. This is not a matchup where Graves naturally scales into a win like the Fiora or the Camille. So I expect Gemini to have to move top lane once he's level 6, try to find some kills here. But there's so many levels he has to go through to do that. There's a lot of wards in his topside jungle. There's even a pink on top of his Krugs. And he's also losing the 1v1 jungle matchup at this point. Like, Juhan has a level advantage. So they can only make the first move once they know that Hecarim is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, that's going to be tough as it's very situational. And Juhan, I mean, knowing this, like, sure, he's going to go down to clear his camps. They do have a ward over by the red pit, so there will be some indicator here. But let's keep a look at what's going on down bottom. Kaiwing goes in, a little bit of hopeful dredge line, doesn't find anything, but Unified and Kaiwing continue to be able to keep this push going. They're pretty happy with how the lane state is as well, and Gemini's actually going to show in mid here, completely open and spotted, so Hanabi can keep having his way with Rest up top.
Yeah, if you look at this top lane build, it's very interesting. You already see Hanabi, who has control of the wave, going straight for the Hullbreaker, while Rest on the other side, because he needs that late game win condition, he's going for the Cull instead here. So the mentality and the builds, both of them are pretty non-standard, but you can tell right now that Rest actually is in a lot of trouble. He's already conceded the lane. He knows that he can win with that that kill deficit coming in, and also the Hullbreaker as the first item for Hanabi. So CFO are basically looking at the super long Kong at this point. They need the Cull to work out for them.
Oh, wait a minute, though. Here's Juhan. Here's Kaiwing. They're looking to set up on the collapse. This is spotted, but the question is, can they do something about it? There we go. On two fronts as Kaiwing gets the knock-up and into the Oriana Shockwave. Is he going to be able to walk away? Mission does. They actually turn it around by bringing way more friends than PSG had. One kill.
What a beautiful flash from Mission. He gets away from so much damage, but Shin puts himself in danger, though.
Oh, Kaiwing, he might have gotten baited in this, although the flash forward Unified is going to be able to get the outplay on the back half of this one. However, a little bit low health bars. Maybe they can finish it around. Gemini getting a lot of gold in his pocket here as Kaiwing is heading for the hills. Here comes Mission to try and cut off Unified. And the great Xayah chase of 2022 commences.
He does have a heal, so I do expect him to be able to walk away from this one. But the speed up is coming. Let's see the stun.
All right, Gemini, we're trying to walk forward. No, there's the root on the blade collar still going.
Still going.
Sky Splitter, he's got him. 1, 2, needs one more hit, and I think Gemini is going to get the shutdown.
What a beautiful play from Mission right here. He drops the ball on the ground, flashes away, keeps himself alive, and then gets the, I believe that was a triple on the shockwave right there. Caught a lot of people, even had his tower shot coming in range, and this is a massive win for CFO. This is sort of what happened last time as well. CFO do have the stronger mid lane.
And Mission is just proving why these champions, these Orianna picks, the Galio, what he can really do on these champions. It's just kind of beyond what you figure in the standard matchup. Let's take a look at the play again, because it was PSG closing the trap. Keep your eyes on Mission here. He's got enough mana for the shockwave. He gets cut off, and then as soon as everybody jumps into him, they get the 2-man, and into the Gemini bear drop. That was a beautifully coordinated strike.
Yeah, Mission...
well,
goodbye, Sean.
Oh boy! They're gonna get some revenge. Nicely done. Bay and Kaiwing double up. Really good dredge lines again for Kaiwing. But look what's happening mid lane. We're gonna see Mission picking up plates.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird sequence coming in from Shun right there. He even used both of his summoners. Koala just tapping some damage. I like that play, you know, get as much as you possibly can. But the bot lane is just such a weird move from Shun. Unforced errors again from CFO. And we could see Unify just running away with this already. He's got the Mythic complete. If he can push this one down, they also have the, that's what I wanted to say, the Herald there as well. So PSG, they've had some turbulence, but if they just swap their lanes around, they have 2 very strong winning lanes. And that means that Rest is going to have to force to come out and play against this Gnar that's ahead without a tower.
Yeah, that's going to be a little tough as things go on. I do think that Shun is going to have to be one of the late game win conditions as well, though, right? Because he did opt into this losing matchup, but as the game goes on, Aphelios, one of our standard hyper carries with Jinx being banned away, he goes onto this champion he's a little bit less familiar with as far as the stage games go, at the very least. But Unified going to be relying on his ability to team fight it out with this Xayah. Tower gets knocked down. That's first brick. Here comes Juhan wrapping around the side. But CFO are going to cover their bases a little bit more. A lot of vision invested in this jungle to stop PSG from outflanking them again.
And I think what CFO have to do is get Mission into these fights. Here we go.
Oh, okay, that's only going to pull in 1. Oh, he gets yoinked right on back, and a little bit of a late response here. Can Koala and Gemini find a return kill? The answer's no.
This time around, Mission doesn't have his flash, and I don't think the Shockwave actually managed to get the crowd control down. Juan, holding on to his Onslaught of Shadow, was able to negate that, so they just rushed down a kill, even though they were walking through pure vision on the side of CFO. Very nicely done by PSG, and they find the hook!
Oh, Koala, that was blind into the bushes. Well done there, as Kaiwing finds it. Unified claiming the kill. Just beautiful game sense, and it'll open up the Hextech Drake as well. PSG, after a little bit of a mistake in the mid and saved fight by Mission, they come roaring right back.
This is always what happens in PSG games. The rest of the map, they can make mistakes, but when it comes to Kaiwing and Unified, they're just always there to pick up the slack. So PSG once again dominate the bottom side. This is a 3-1 lead already. Gemini trying to do some cheeky stops, and they will get Kaiwing on that one. So nicely done on his part for that. Does buy a lot of time to open up on this mid. But the next thing that they have to worry about is this rotation from the bottom side. I do expect them to just swap Unified and have him sit on top of Rest. If Xayah goes into that matchup, Xayah's going to have superior range against Rest, and with the item advantage, should be able to just push him in as well. So it makes Rest's job as a 4-1 point that much more difficult to hold on. I think for CFO, they really need the most out of this Rakan to kind of put the edge back.
Ooh, Gemini actually gets caught, pulling a little too far forward, and he's going to be forced to Stormbringer into the Dragon Pit, but look who's coming to cut him off. Flashes, tries for the jukes, but oh dear, he went way too deep into the wrong territory. Now Juhan trying to outplay him 1v1. This is actually getting turned around as PSG didn't really realize how fast he can actually go. He might be able to do this, but he's got friends coming. He gets the 1v1. Mistakes on both sides.
Oh, that was so hilarious. Juhan thought he could do it by himself, but he forgot about how damaging the W is from the Volibear. He's able to get the sustain off and get the second proc off. So that just, it's so hilarious because it gives Rest so much to claw back. Koala?
Okay, wow, he's actually going to be able to get away with the quickness. All right, so this opens up a little bit more map movement, right? Just a lot of little mistakes being capitalized on left and right. Rest should be able to knock down this tower, not on this wave. Well, with Bay here, it's going to be a little harder, but he's gotten a bit of a breather, and man, I think we're seeing stage jitters by both these squads, Clement.
Yeah, very interesting plays by both sides. I just think Juhan, in that specific moment, was probably shouting his lungs out in Korean, and the rest of his teammates were just like, I don't understand, what is this guy saying? And they just kind of walked their own ways, leaving him to the maws of the bear. So a little bit unfortunate for Juhan right there. And I do think, again, as you've said, the biggest winner likely going to be Rest out of that. Ooh, Hanabi!
Oh dear, Mission. I don't think he expected Hanabi to be right there. However, he is going to Shockwave, keep this 1v1 going if he can actually hold Hanabi in this lane. But the flash forward, he's going to try to run for the hills. Dodges out the boulder toss. Gemini coming in for backup a little too late. And Hanabi just continuing to be a terror. Now on these side lanes, Hullbreaker, of course, in his pocket. That's going to open up the opportunity for the Herald drop in mid. Unified and Juhan should be able to fire this one down without too much trouble.
Yeah, CFO look like they're not going to contest on the tier 1 at the very least. Just going to let that one go down. And we are going to move into a Mountain Soul this game. So I think this one's actually very useful for both of these teams. You do expect them to entertain the 5v5 quite often. I think both of these teams have that capability. So just preserving the front line is going to be very good for both of them. On the flip side here, we do have something developing, which is Bay now sitting at 3-1-3. We were talking about Nar shutting down the Grays, but I think Bay might have the potential to do the same as well, especially with his second item going into the Thimblewinter.
Yeah, Bay's going to be pretty tanky, and if he can get the front line and get those rune prisons down and just cycle, overload cycle, like over and over again, it's going to be a little hard for CFO to really take him out of this one. And obviously Hanabi's just going to continue to be a thorn in the side of anybody who deals with him. He's actually moving forward on his build. The Hearthbound Axe is already complete, and that means it looks like he's going for a wit's end.
I think it's Triforce for now. Just
to
finish off that mythic first off. Yeah, it's really weird. We don't see this much, but goodbye, Shun. The second time he gets caught out.
It is worrying to see Shun just getting blown up over and over again. That is cause for concern.
Yeah, and we have to remember that he is just a rookie. He's only played against PSG and Unified once in his entire career. Koala shedding some tears for his fallen AD carry, and now they're going to get pinched down. So CFO just, I'll be honest, I feel like this game CFO has just made so many individual mistakes where they get caught out by PSG. And props to PSG, they're able to punish so beautifully with Bay just closing the trap. And out of nowhere, even though Bay wasn't doing so hot in lane, he has been able to pick up 7 takedowns, and he has a 400 gold bounty on him. He's the most fed member on the team at this point.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough for them to be dealing with. Bay is just in the right place at the right time. I mean, a few mistakes made by some of the individual players of PSG, but as you pointed out at the start, the big difference between these two teams is while CFO have individually some of the most skilled players in the league, PSG just have the best cohesion overall. And they just picked the right moves on the map. This is going to be Hanabi and Juhan comboing up to finish off the first Mountain Drake, building their Drake stack. Obviously, got a little bit delayed because CFO picked up the first dragon. That was the Ocean. Ooh, nice double route down there. And they're just going to keep locking Flying Oyster out. And yeah, we're definitely seeing some mistakes that I don't think we were used to in the regular season or even in the earlier stages of playoffs. Like Shun, this is a man that's not used to losing, Clement. He's only lost one stage game since coming in for this squad.
Yeah, he's done incredibly well, a lot of it in that teamfight situation. But I think one of the weaknesses of CFO is a lot of times they haven't been able to keep Shun alive. When we've seen the teamfights, they're still much more focused on deleting the enemy backline rather than protecting their own. They're just not very used to playing with the hyper carry. So we'll see if that still is the case here for Shun at this point, because he is so far behind. We do see him going for more of just like the... I think he's probably going to go for a Bloodthirster here just for a little bit more survivability. There is a lot of dive potential, and with how fed Nar actually is right now, he probably needs that just to stretch out the fights a little bit more. I do expect PSG in the next couple of fights to have a dominating advantage. You know, they are at about 5,000 gold. Their front line is incredibly beefy at this point. So if PSG just run the next couple of fights front to back, CFO are going to find it very difficult to match.
And they opted into this, right? They could have gone for the more team fight focus, but they gave Rest champion to 1v1. He never really had the opportunity as he just got outplayed early on. And, well, they are now paying for their hubris in game one here. Koala looks for an opportunity, can't quite find it, but he is nice and safe, slipping out on that battle dance and keeping Rest on the side lanes. Teleport at the ready should he need it. But PSG, as you mentioned, looking a lot stronger. Rest runs face first into the Gnar. Triforce completed, as you were saying. This is going to be very hard for him to fight it out.
Yeah, and PSG do have the opportunity just to push CFO in and then instantly TP back to the Baron. So they have to be very much aware of that play. I call it the Bjergesen because I feel like he's the best player that's done this play or really pioneered it. So CFO, they have to keep vision around the Baron. I do see that they're swapping over to a lot of trinkets here. You see even the Graves is going for the trinket at this point just to make sure that they can always intercept if the Realm Warp goes directly for the Purple Worm.
Yeah, trying to make sure PSG don't get a blind advantage. And as they lose out on a lot of their jungle right now, it's going to start getting a little bit dark. I do see a couple of lane wards placed down. If they wanted to have a teleport opportunity for Mission Arrest, Juhan is actually going to start up on the Baron. But that was just, I think, a ward clearing maneuver. So down in the dark they go. It's going to mean Gemini and Koala have to go on a roam to try and drop that one back in. Always a little bit dangerous.
No, I think for PSG, it's very easy to play out this game plan. You just continue to constrict onto the top side, and then you can use Realm Warp to instantly get your team directly into the mid lane for a free tower, or even for a free Baron if CFO back out enough. So there's plenty of ways for them to play it. And for CFO, the question becomes, can they actually sneak out something on the other side of the map? If PSG is going to invest heavily into the red side, can they perhaps get a chance to go into the Drake side where they can set up vision without PSG catching them out on it? That's probably CFO's best plan to get back. I don't see them really having the burst potential right now to catch PSG out. And for that matter, PSG is usually very careful about these maneuvers as well. So I do want to see CFO try a little bit to go for the Drake, just try to stretch PSG or force them to rotate across the map so some more vision blind spots do open up for themselves.
Yeah, and they're finding out that they have been pretty much spotted out by PSG pretty consistently, not able to really push them out of the jungle as they just kind of own that side around the back of Baron Pit. 23, almost 24 minutes on the clock, that gold lead. PSG still at about 5,500, looking to grow here as they just try to take more and more of the map away. But PSG are happy with this game state. As you said, they have pretty decent scaling. They have decent fight potential. Obviously, like, you know, the Orianna Aphelios combo is going to get really, really problematic for them as the game does go on. But the 5v5 they feel pretty confident in, and Juhan can set these fights up even more efficiently now. Deadman's play completed. Going to be an extremely speedy horse at the races.
Oh, yeah. He's just going to be rushing for the backline here. And I'm pretty surprised by Should not going for the Bloodthirster. He's going to go for raw damage here. So he is eyeing onto the late game strategy for his team as well. I thought because of the frontline threat, he might need a little bit more survivability. Just again, he doesn't really have a tank on his team outside of the Volibear. So it is a very dire situation for him. And I think for PSG, what they've been doing with their pink boards is also really nice. They're dropping most of their pinks in the river itself. So the rate that they're replacing the pinks is actually a lot lower than CFO. They're basically forcing a vision tax onto CFO. They're getting a lot of these pinks down in their own river, and here we go. They get Mission.
They find it on a Mission. That's a good start. Meanwhile, Gemini, the rest of the team is a little bit split here, and he's going to go into stasis, but I think that could be a problem as he's forced to Stormbringer right into the flank of Bay, and as they're forced on different fights, a big knockup from Koala. Do they have the damage? The Shockwave is not quite enough to delete anybody off the map, and Mission goes down. CFO running for the hills as Gemini is just out of steam, and so is Shun. They can't really get much done. Hanabi almost has the Narbar up, and Rest is going to be left for dead with 2 down. PSG aren't going to opt for the Baron just yet. Maybe they will, actually. I thought after that back it wouldn't be enough, but the teleport's on. They can take this one for free.
So nicely done by the side of PSG here. They throw in a sort of a feint attack here by Kaiwing, bait the rest of the team to stay, and then Juhan outplays Mission super hard. He gets the onslaught of shadows just as his shockwave is about to go down, cancels the crowd control, gets the decimating smash back onto Mission, basically sends him to his death. And, you know, I think CFO sort of overplayed their hands in this one. Their goals here should have been to draw PSG out and hurt them, beat them on the engage, but they actually overextend a little bit and open themselves up to the real deal. PSG just run into them, and watch Juhan right here as he outplays Mission. Mission tries to save with the shockwave, but the pony runs straight for him, dodging out on the ultimate, gets the fear down, kills him instantly, and now it's the most fed member on CFO just down. Shun gets Hanabi straight on his face, flash for flash trade. They know the damage is gone, and they just chase him down.
Yeah, speaking of chasing him down, Juhan comes in to slow down Rest. He is going to be able to walk back to the relative safety of Tier 2, but things are just getting better and better here. Oh, maybe we turn it now as Kaiwing does go down. That was a mistake from the PSG support, but Unified's out scot-free.
Good engage here coming in from Koala. Does catch out onto the two-man. PSG, in the meantime, they still get a lot of stuff done here. You know, the top wave, the bot lane is still pushing in, but that does mean Koala can rotate and help one of these two lanes down. So, at the very least, CFO do get one Baron buff down and keep them off their heels for just a second here. But all three of these towers seem to be going down.
Yeah, just little by little, PSG building those advantages for themselves, and just one more hit from the Baron-empowered cannons, all they need. Unified going to pick the gold up. Meanwhile, Rest. Okay, the two junglers actually staring each other down in this choke point, but Rest is going to hold the line for now.
Yeah, and it gets really hard for CFO to play in this situation. PSG, even though they're not running a 1-3-1 comp, their side laners are fed enough to the point where they can just do this. And as a rule of thumb in League of Legends, if you have the enemy, all three lanes are pushed up past your river, you're going to lose something on the map. Your best chance is to straight up engage in the mid 3v3, but that most likely means you're just going to be burning silent inhibitor tower. So I feel like for PSG, for CFO right now, their best bet is, you know, hold tight, give up on all of these outers, try to hold the base until the Baron buff goes down, and once the Baron buff goes down, you can look for that engage. That means that the threat from the side lanes just going completely haywire and taking up your two inhibitors, the risk of that goes down quite a lot, and then you can start to find your engages. But it's still 20 seconds on the clock, and you know, I think PSG should be able to take the bottom lane tower down just with the 4-1 quite easily.
Yeah, here they go, looking to set this up and rotate into the Mountain Soul. Juhan leading the charge, and CFO know that there's no chance to contest this. Down it goes. So, with only base left, PSG continue to push in. Gemini runs out of steam on the charge. A minute left until this mountain. And that would be pretty huge here. I don't know if CFO are in a position to try and counterfight it out. We've been holding on to the teleports. Rest has his up in a few more moments.
Yeah, we don't have any flanking wards coming into the bottom side. PSG have so much vision to play with, and again, they do have the Realm Warp possibility to just go for that objective. So I think what CFO want to do is they want to continue to draw PSG onto the top side of the map and just kind of hold them out until there is a potential for a split match situation. That's probably their best play for now, but I think for PSG, the ease of execution is just so much. They can just push in and just switch over towards the Drake once it happens. If I'm CFO, I feel like I have to concede this Mountain Soul over to the side of CFO.
That feels bad, right? I mean, you never want to give it up unless it's like a super one that's just not very useful for the team taking it. But yeah, they're so far down that they really can't do much. I mean, this is just a two-man Mountain Dragon between Juhan and Kaiwing, and I mean, sure, they can bring Unified and finish it off really easily, but they don't even really need to.
And CFO are nowhere to be seen on this one. They don't have any objectives to take, so they can't get any objective bounty gold back. And the best they can do is set up some measly vision here on the top side, but all of those wards that they just placed are likely to have been spotted by PSG on their paths there. So I do expect PSG to just be able to sweep in here. Very nice balancing of objective timers, always focusing on one point on the map. If you're the winning team, this is exactly how you want to set things up. You don't want split timers where the team can get back objective bounty gold. You want there to be only one focus on the map at a time. and you can see those wards really are not lasting much against PSG whatsoever.
PSG are flush with gold, too. They can just keep putting the wards down as much as they want. Anyways, it's a 10,000 gold lead here, and it's translated to a pretty big item edge as Koala looked like he was going for a play, didn't quite run in for it. But, yeah, again, I don't even know if it's fully advised. I mean, you look at what PSG are working with right now, just about every role. They've got themselves a full item lead and some change. We saw off that last back. You know, Bay picks up his Force of Nature. The Collector gets completed for Unified. It's going to be harder and harder for CFO to try and take this fight. Unified's a little bit close here, and he's going to go into the Featherstorm. That denies the engage. The teleport is going to be completed by Hanabi, and that means first tower going down. Narbar about to extend, and Rest does flash away from the big Gnar, but that's going to open up the inhibitor all the same.
Yep, base is already broken wide open. CFO, they can't really defend against this one. They're going to be pushed back to their own tower, and their main engage tool is also down. Without the quickness, their other combo that they have is Gemini plus the Shockwave. Unified does not have the Featherstorm anymore, so that might be where they go.
Oh, Koala! Oh, he just gets deleted in absolute chaos right now. CFO just do not have a chance as PSG pick them apart one by one. Mission running away from his own base, and he's just going to be felled in one big swoop. Rest is the last man standing, and PSG are going to close this game out right here in full control.
Oh, what a beautiful Realm Warp. I've never seen a Realm Warp where you send the AD carry to the back of the enemy team, but they were so fed that it doesn't matter. They can afford to get Unified as the closer in this one. Just send him right into the midst of Mission, and he still survives, even picks up a couple kills here. PSG with just such a clean and dominating game one here. I have to say, I'm just not impressed with that Graves option. I feel like the Graves is probably the worst champion you want to execute a 4-1 for, because he provides absolutely nothing else if he doesn't win lane. He's, you know, it's not like a Camille where if you lose lane, you still have the engage. It's not like a Gangplank where you still have global pressure or anything. If Graves doesn't win, you just don't win.
And they definitely didn't. So, unfortunately, it was honestly not even close. There were a few moments when CFO managed to find a fight back, but they just seemed a little on different pages a lot of this game. And PSG Talon finding those moments, finding those openings, not without a few mistakes themselves, but they were a lot more minor by comparison, and it was very clean, it was very clinical. This is what we expect from our defending champions, our top squad here in the PCS, and though they started in their last matchup with a loss up against Flying Oyster, they have definitely course-corrected ever since then, Clement, and I think that CFO are going to be the ones that are going to have to finding answers for this next pick and ban.
If I'm the coaching staff and I look at this game, there were a lot of, I think, stage jitters just off of the first game. It's been a while since CFO has taken to the stage. I would actually put those individual mistakes aside. You know, the Shun just getting caught out twice and Koala getting caught out as well. But I think the big problem here for CFO is that they were not able to mount a single engage once they were down. That is, for me, the biggest problem of this game, and it showcases a real lack of coordination to be able to punish PSG here. And I think that is going to be the main point coming into the series as well. CFO, as we've seen, great players, but they just don't work together in the way that we want to. That's why they play the 4-1. It's much easier for them to kind of play with everyone spread out across, and I think they have to build their Game 2 draft based off of that. They're not going to be able to out-engage the side of PSG, and they're most likely not going to be able to outright put Hanabi away. Hanabi's way too good on his blindside champions. Think about how many bans they threw top lane. It didn't matter for Hanabi. So they have to stay away from, I think, the Graves pick, and I think they have to all in more on Mission being more of an early game threat. I think that's how the series will shake up in the next few games.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Ahri banned away, and this was by CFO. I assume if they pick blue side for this next game, it'll probably get banned opposite side, but I wonder, are we going to see Mission actually pick up this champion? I think the Galio and the Syndra are probably going to continue to be removed by PSG because they just recognize what Mission can do on those champions. The Syndra, obviously a big burst damage threat, but the way he plays Galio, the counter engage potential is there. Orianna, as we saw, can be played around a little more reliably. I really liked what Juhan was doing on this Hecarim, the speedy build. He really was able to set up these engages, and you're right, there was never really that many opportunities, even with a very slippery composition, for CFO to try for the counter engage. The one play in the mid lane, I think that's maybe the one exception. But yeah, it seemed like PSG really did their homework on this squad. I like what they were bringing as a 5v5 and honestly just playing well to their game plan. But for CFO, they are going to need to adapt. They are going to need to mix things up a little bit. And yeah, no more Graves. Sorry, Rested. You played it a lot in the season, but maybe try something a bit different. I mean, you can try to 1v1 Hanabi until you're blue in the face, but he's still going to be fine. He knows how to play losing matchups. He knows how to play skill matchups, and it's hard to put him away with that help.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the big issue here. Unless you have double winning solo lanes, I don't think a champion like Graves is worth picking on the side for CFO. PSG has already identified their win condition. Just don't let Mission have a tempo champ. They triple banned him in terms of champions that can actually get out ahead early. Syndra Galio and the Zoe all being taken off the board. So I do want to see... I do want to see CFO actually try for something that's super extreme in the early game. I think one of their best bets will be something like Ari Viego or going for the Lee Sin LeBlanc straight off the bat. If they're willing to pull that trigger, I think it will catch PSG off guard. I don't think PSG have an answer for something like Lee Sin LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think that might be a good way to deal with it because, again, attack the mid-jungle. That is the newest two members. That is the two members who have been outplayed by your own mid-jungle. But in that game one, as you mentioned, we can definitely set aside maybe some of the individual mistakes. I was more surprised to see those mistakes out of the side of Gemini because he kind of did just get outplayed in a number of situations early on, got set far behind. I do think the strategy that CFO were going for was going to rely on a lot of jungle attention, and he just could not give it. So, I mean, that's a huge risk in and of itself, but I was kind of shocked almost to see how poorly the early game went for Gemini. Turned it around a little bit, but it didn't matter in the end, and Kaiwing is the one to take the MVP. He certainly set up a number of those engages. It didn't look like he missed a dredge line once the laning phase ended.
The laning phase just went way too well for Kaiwing. I think that's absolutely ridiculous if you think about what happened. They actually won a straight-up 2v3 with a kill and a flash burn from the enemy AD carry. Then they pick off Shun again in the solo lane, and they take a tower, which frankly, they had no business taking. Like, the tower should not have been able to go down so early. It really freed his roams. And I do want to talk about his build a little bit as well. He is building the minion dematerializer just to get out of the lane a little bit early. And even with the lost skirmish in the mid side, they were able to just completely dominate. So, once again, we've talked about this in pregame. The lane where we expect the most advantage to just be generated is still coming out from this bottom side. And
yeah, and I feel like that's dangerous. The only... Yeah. It's kind of the only lane that we really expect CFO's bot side to lose. I mean, yeah, like Shun's obviously been quite a hot rookie, but we've only seen so many games from this guy, and Koala definitely isn't quite at the same level as Kaiwing, despite them playing in the top flight here in the PCS and the LMS before it for about the same number of years. Kaiwing definitely has a bit more of a pedigree, and I think using that advantage where they do have the stronger mechanical duo is going to give them an edge, not to mention just the insane amount of synergy that those two have over the years.
We'll see what Shun and Koala can do to these two veterans in Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are going to be going to a break, and we'll be back for Game 2 right after this.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Our family.
got you under my sick spell. You're just a number. I know it's cruel, too bad for you. That's how it goes. Oh, darling, I know. Heaven is where you take me, but hell sounds like more fun. I make it hardcore, hurt more. What else did you take me for? Outlaws, so flawed, make you doubt the things you saw. Hey, don't you know I'm cold? I'm a hail snow. Yeah, that's how I roll. The fur boy, you can't escape it. Hypnotized, try to forsake it. I'll take your knees until you bleed and take it slow. Lover boy, I know. Heaven is where you take me, but hell sounds like more fun. Yeah, I make it hardcore, hurt more. What else did you take me for? Outlaws, so flawed, make you doubt the things you saw. Hey, don't you know I'm cold? I'm a hail snow. Yeah, that's how I roll. I make it hardcore. I make it hardcore. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat forever. Lure you in, make you think you're clever. I'll make your heart skip a beat. I make it hardcore, hurt more. What else did you take me for? Outlaws, so flawed, make you doubt the things you saw. Hey, don't you know I'm cold? I'm a hail snow. Yeah, that's how I roll. I'll make it trouble, double. You think you're indestructible. Darker danger, white knight trying to save her. Hey, don't
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. Here in the Winners Bracket Finals, we have PSG up 1-0 over CTBC Flying Oyster after a dominating win in Game 1. And CFO are going to need to find a little more fight than they had last time, Clement. But before we get into the pre-match banter, I do want to take a moment to once again thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. And of course, CTBC Flying Oyster are going to be looking to make a win possible, Clement. So we're hearing they're switching up to blue side this time around. I know we talked about draft. What do you want to see out of this team here on the blue side pick ban?
Well, I do want to see them come up with a more cohesive draft. Usually on blue side, you do want a more 5v5 oriented one. And if you think about what happened in the last game, it's actually very remarkable because it doesn't seem like CFO actually prepared that many counter picks. We saw all 3 lanes get counterpicked by PSG. And PSG didn't even run with a cohesive 5v5 comp, and they still stomped CFO to the ground. So I think for CFO, they have to change their thinking. It's like, we got their counter pick on AD, we got their counter pick on mid and top lane, and we still didn't come out of laning phase. Maybe red side isn't worth it.
Maybe not. I mean, it's they counterpicked themselves in a couple situations. I think they were potentially looking at some late game plays. I thought we might see the misfortune come in for Shun, but he opted into the Aphelios matchup instead. I wonder if maybe CFO, some of the champion pools don't go as deep as you might think. I would love to see the question answered of if Mission is going to feel comfortable on the LeBlanc or the Ahri. On blue side, it seems more likely they might opt for that. Pair up with Lee Sin if you can. But yeah, it feels like that Graves was really the big bait. And I wonder what Rest is going to do this time around. I mean, he should have the blind pickup. He won't get the counter match, but maybe if they get the Gnar, he can take it away. I know I'm breaking my own rule there, but Rest is a pretty solid top laner when he wants to.
Oh boy, I could see him taking the Gnar, but he would have to ban the GP, and that's just I feel like that's such a roundabout way to kind of lose out on the draft anyway. But yeah, for the blue side,
maybe not.
The most my prediction is the matchup is likely going to be Ahri Viego versus Lee Sin LeBlanc. That would be my guess overall with the
That'd
LeBlanc.
Spicy.
It would be super fun to see because we haven't actually seen this LeBlanc versus Ahri matchup go both ways. Now, traditionally, it is more of a LeBlanc favored matchup, especially through 1 to 5. But, there is some potential for outplay there. So I do see the blue side this time around with Gemini and Mission going for Ahri first pick, Viego likely to follow up. And for the other side, we were going to have a straight-up 2v2 matchup in Lee Sin and LeBlanc. And if I'm the coaching staff from CFO, that's actually a pretty good deal for me. But CFO actually... What? What?
They banned the Ahri again. Okay, this is worrying, Clement. This tells me Mission doesn't want to play this champion, or he can't.
Yeah, that's a very true signal. This is one of the biggest points coming into this preseason matchup that we were talking amongst ourselves as casters is... Does Mission actually play this Ahri? And it looks like so far he doesn't. So that's a huge piece of the tempo puzzle that's going to be missing from CFO. And if you don't have those tempo champions, how are you going to get the most advantage out of your matchup versus Bey and Juhan? I feel like that's where CFO on paper should be winning the most.
Yeah, this is a little concerning. If PSG do opt to ban the Galio as they did last time around, I'm curious to see what that first pickup's going to be. Oh, they leave it open and ban Tom Kench out from Koala instead, one of his most played champions as well. So this is curious. But the Lee Sin, another priority pickup here for both of these junglers. It's so far and away the most played champion for Gemini. It feels like they're going to let him get his tried and true, but, well, maybe not yet, because another very highly played champion, Shun, going to get the Jinx pick, relying on their AD carry.
And we do have to talk about the dynamic between Gemini and Mission. Even though they're a very strong individual 2v2, they don't actually play together much at all. We saw Gemini's jungle proximity is actually extremely low compared to some of his other top junglers. And the reason is because CFO tend to play in a more scaling fashion. They don't actually play the 2v2 tempo all that much. And we were really hoping that maybe they would develop that into a weapon versus PSG. So far, it doesn't seem like it's the case right here. And PSG, once again, are going to pick up that Lee Sin. I think Lee Sin is going to be very important for Juhan and PSG because that means they can keep Mission down. It's pretty much the best early game jungler right here, unless CFO want to go for something like the Xin Zhao or the Nocturne.
Yeah, it is a possibility. The Volibear, I mean, if he doesn't get set behind early, he can definitely get those plays off, and he does bring some tankiness to a comp, and I don't think it's necessarily a problem, but Gemini is going to have to watch out for being found by Juhan, being counter-jungled in the early game if he goes for it, and he will. I expect the Galio to come in here. Oh, not on this rotation, though, because they do want to round out the bot side. I guess they were worried about Koala getting set behind in his champion pool even further.
A lot of people watching this might be a little bit curious, but Nautilus has been super high priority throughout the entirety of the PCS draft selection here. Even though Leona is still up, even though, Alistar is up, everyone does just kind of concentrate on these two champions. We do have a very conspicuous lack of enchanters being played in this league. So, Nautilus is to be expected somewhat here. And I think PSG on the red side, they're setting up for a very strong couple of rotations here. Bay has been playing a lot of LeBlanc coming into this postseason. They could just set themselves up for that one, and there would be no clear-cut tempo answer coming in from Mission, and they also have counterpick for Hanabi. So it's very smooth sailing on their side. Well, I feel like CFO in this situation, they're pretty much forced to go into a team fight composition. They're going to get counterpicked on the top side, so I do expect them to try and play more 5v5. And in this situation, I think some of the best picks are Corki, and I wouldn't mind the Orianna either, kind of depending on matchup.
Yeah, I think it's a possibility. They are going to try and focus on Bay, actually banning out his Rise. But again, as you mentioned, he's been able to play LeBlanc quite well. His Vex isn't bad either if they want a more defensive pick. He's had a few Victor games. I feel like Bay is going to be perfectly happy with whatever he gets his hands on because he's not the main carry for the team anyways. They're going to give that most likely to Unified. Hanabi, as you mentioned, gets the counter pick, so he should probably win the lane up against Rest. And yeah, CFO, they're going to have to end up looking for 5v5, probably looking for scaling. And I do think that's where they have a pretty decent edge. Ooh, as they ban the Gnar away. Okay.
I do want to see CFO potentially go for, I think Jace Corki is a really nice matchup. Most of these times you have super long range, good team fight, good scaling. That would be the 1-2 punch I would be setting up. For PSG, this is super interesting. I don't think they're going to go for Akali, not against Mission.
It hovers.
Yeah.
Unified's having some fun. There we go. There's the LeBlanc.
There we go. Yeah, this is I think the most expected answer to come out right here, and I'm very surprised that CFO are not able to answer on blue side with Ari Viego. That I expected to be kind of the standard go-to. They are going to go with something very slow this time around. I think all of the control mages and the late game damage dealers are going to be rather slow picks here, so no big surprises here. But Mission has been very good on the Victor. This is one of his best career champions overall. Would not be too surprised to see it locked in. And this also opens up, I think, less of a poke route, but more of a tank route coming into the top side. They do like to play 4-1 with Victor, but I'm not... yeah.
Rest has... I was about to say, Rest has not played Trendemir this split, one of the few. I mean, I guess, yeah, the Renekton is a big tanky boy, but all right, CFO, they're going to opt for it, as he can get at least a little bit of lane bully down, depending on the matchup he's up against the opposite side. But with Gangplank up and available, Hanabi has that option. The Kennen could come in. He could opt into a tank matchup himself. We see the Scion. Or he could just try to go for the 1v1 play, and Fiora also works.
There's no way they're going to lock this one in. There's no way.
I don't know, man. I feel like Hanabi's feeling himself. I mean, maybe it's not the best choice, but...
I just don't see Hanabi playing this in a postseason.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. You got me. You got me. No, it's Ornn. Okay. All right. I wanted to believe.
Because it was such a risky matchup. Yeah, sometimes the Fiora can come out ahead, but for the most part, Renekton actually just straight up wins that matchup, and it seems so high risk when you already have a risky mid jungle. You would rather just have the silence just stay even and just play through mid jungle 100%, rather than throw Fiora into the mix in that one. So they are just going to go for a tank matchup, and I have to say I'm a little bit worried about this Renekton pick. We know Renekton's been banned in the LPL and the LCK quite a ton. It's really good in dragon fights, but I do think it's lacking a little bit of that late game potential coming in here. And Renekton running into an Ornn is pretty much one of his worst matchups. Very difficult to stretch out the laning phase and whatnot. So There is this chance for CFO to win. I think in terms of a top lane 2v2, that's where they most likely can find some sort of advantage. Renekton plus Volibear with the double stun early on is super powerful. But throughout the rest of the map, I think it's going to be a rather quiet game, and it will hold on more towards the 5v5s in the end.
Yeah, and it is worth keeping in mind when these teams last met before this series, in the win that CFO did get to shut down the winning streak of PSG Talon, it was an early winning start, but they ended up having to outfight them 5v5, and PSG just took it to them time and time again. There was a lot of really clutch moments by Mission in particular on the Galio, one of the reasons we see it banned against him by the side of PSG. I do think in his hands this Victor can be deadly. Xun is very comfortable playing this Jinx, so they have a lot of power. They have both magic damage and physical, so it's a lot of tools to work with in the late game 5v5s. The question is, how well will they get there, and how in what shape will they be? Because PSG definitely took them apart in that last game, and we will be seeing if CFO can find answers here to make this one more of a series, or will it be PSG moving on ahead 2-0 on match point early again? We've had so many sweeps in the PCS playoffs, Clement. You have to think at this level there wouldn't be another.
Yeah, I hopefully we're not going to see the upper bracket just be dominated by, what is it, 4 3-0s right now. That gets a bit stale, especially going into the final week of the playoffs here.
Makes fun review easy, though.
That's kind of true. Like, just one side dunking on the other team just through winning all of their lanes. I'm going to be taking a look at most of these setups right here, and what CFO have got for themselves is what I call the staggered draft. They want the Renekton power spike to make sure they get to that late game where they have the Victor and the Jinx out competing against their opponents, and Renekton can kind of fall off and just be a meatball afterwards. So that's kind of the idea with the draft, but the way you have to utilize it is you actually need this Renekton to stop Juhan and Bei. So the Renekton actually needs to leave his own lane and look to make sure to contain Juhan and LeBlanc from roaming too much. We'll see how they manage to accomplish that. And meanwhile, if you look at the bottom side, CFO's bottom lane, not a lot of combat stats. This is purely for waiting for a gank. So it's very clear to me that CFO are most likely going to be roaming Gemini bot lane nonstop and try to see if they can catch out Unified and Kaiwing, especially with this glacial augment here from Koala.
Yeah, Gemini's going to be a busy boy. We'll have to see how the game goes, and already opening up, we have seen that Unified and Kaiwing just looked a little stronger than the rookie Xun paired up with Koala. More time to build that synergy, of course. Also want to keep an eye on the mid lane, as Bei has shown quite a lot of prowess on this LeBlanc, but it's always dangerous to try and push early into a victory. Goes in, lands the chains. Going to go out before that completes, and actually forces the clone out. Nicely done by Mission.
Yeah, really well done here by Mission. Uses the early Q trade to get the extra shield on. I like the walk back onto Bei, and Bei knows that, oh, wait a minute, I actually don't want to get stuck here against the Victor, and distorts back early just to save some extra HP. So this has been really nicely done from Mission, and I think it will cut down on this LeBlanc pick quite a bit here. It's going to force an early back for sure. And now we have that 4-camp Gemini gank that we were talking about.
Perfect timing on the ward, though. I think Unified and Kaiwing had their game senses a tingling, but can they still get out? Here comes Gemini, Sirens on. They do get the catch into the hook, and, well, Unified should be able to get out. Gemini taking a lot of damage. That's first blood. It goes to the Jinx, though, and it couldn't be a better target to land on than Xun.
Really nicely done. They naturally have to push in this matchup with the Jinx here, and also the jungle pathing from Gemini was pretty difficult to predict. They get the 4-camp 3-3 versus 2-2 setup, and they're also going to warn more.
Oh man, I think Unified did an oopsie here. Xun's running out of mana though, but the Flash has found another kill, and even Kaiwing's under threat right now. As Xun gets excited, it's a 2-for-1 deal on bot side.
That was massive from Koala. Not only does he get the kill, he also gets the double sums as well from Unified. Just very rare to see Unified make a mistake at that level, and that's just going to open up Gemini for that level 6 gank. Once again, if you have a pushing wave and you have a Volibear, you just Stormbringer that tower and you drop the Death Charge. You flash in Death Charge, easy kill.
This is already going to be a very different game than Game 1. CFO have a massive edge down bot right now. Instantly, Noon Quiver buys the boots. and into a dagger as well. What an edge they can play through, as we will expect to see the big bear down bottom quite a few more times. And Rest can certainly breathe easy. I think his job's going to be a little easier this game.
Massive props to Koala there. Finding 2 dredge lines into 2 kills.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, I don't think PSG really expected that to happen. They were thinking that, oh, I dropped the ward early, I can back out if need be, I can play super safe, but they're not able to get away from Koala. Koala just catches them out once again here, and this is going to change a lot of the calculus. I feel like what PSG need to make happen is they need Bay on this level 6 to roam bot lane and at least get a kill to equalize, and at least make sure LeBlanc is somewhat useful this game.
Yeah, this is why the Nautilus is so heavily contested in the PCS, right? Our supports do ridiculous things. They really stretch those dredge lines. Juhan comes in for some counter jungling. This is spotted by Koala, as they're just going to try and keep Gemini down for a little bit. I don't think he can really do too much about it, but he is roaming through. This is going to be spotted as he just clears through the chickens. Highwing's at his back, as without Koala there, it's just kind of a straight-up 1v1 of the 280 carries.
Oof, and unfortunately for PSG, they don't manage to hang on to any of the wards in the bottom side right here. Let's see if Gemini does find out about the pink, but that was what PSG wanted to establish. They wanted to make sure that they had a clear way to roam into the bottom side, because Bay popping in from behind you is still very, very deadly for a pushing bot lane like Shun and Koala. They're not able to get that one down just yet, and that does mean PSG will need a repeated attempt just to make that one work.
Okay, ooh, Bay is going to be out just in time before he gets sandwiched between Mission and Gemini. Level 6 is starting to ding here, but the Volibear doesn't have his quite yet. Going to be roaming into PSG jungle and finds pink ward of his own. That does mean the dive round 2 is spotted, but with the map position they have and what Volibear can do here, even at level 5, this does start off the Hex deck, Drake.
Yeah, and a couple things to note right here is that CFO also have a teleport advantage in the top lane. Rest is hanging on to that advantage right there, so this is incredibly safe. PSG, they're down behind the bot, they're down to teleport, they're definitely not going to contest this one. There you do see the TP coming out from Rest, getting directly back to most likely his Gore Drinker in that matchup, so things still going very well, and I really want to see how close Gemini is to this level 6. If he can get this level 6 just off the blue buff EXP share and the Krugs, then that bot lane is in a heap of trouble.
Yeah, Mission, he'll be the one getting that with the Death Laser firing down. I think Gemini still not quite level 6 here, so a little bit behind in the EXP, but he's going to try to pick up somewhere as Koala steps right into the brush. Doesn't actually spy that pink warder, not in time to be able to clear it away at least. Bay's going in for the 1v2 because Juhan's coming in at his backup, and Koala gets deleted down by the Lee Sin.
Oh, that very weird play from Koala. Like, he had full vision of Juhan, but he still just walked straight through like that. I've got to say, that was completely careless. And to hand over a kill to LeBlanc Lee Sin, you can't do that. There was no reason for Koala to take the route that he did. And if you look at the map, he actually had full vision in full knowledge of where Juhan and Bay was. So just, once again, CFO just showcasing a lot of unforced errors in this series.
Yeah, Koala giveth and taketh away, it seems, so far. So great hooks, but positional awareness needs a little bit of work here. Goes right back down to the bottom side. Let's take a look at that replay again. He does split off for the team. He actually dredge lines into the brush. I think he thought Bay was there or something.
That was just the freebie coming in for Bay. I guess thank you, brother Koala. I have no idea what you were doing there. I mean, it was just so inexplicable. You saw Juhan was just standing right on top of a ward. He didn't even pop his scryer right there. So just flat out mistake coming in from Koala, but definitely going to be a very costly one. And it does slow him down from that depth charge as well. Not what you want to see. Well, let's see if they can at least get Gemini in position for potentially another gank or clear out most of PSG wards. This is really well done by Koala this time, though, as he does prevent any of these. We call it the Silk Road in the LPL, just the track behind the red buff from being warded up. So Koala, at the very least, he's keeping that route shut down for PSG for those flanks coming in from Bay.
Yeah, Mission's going to be able to hold on here. Kaiwing actually does wait out in the brushes, but they do know that the support player is missing on the map right now, so it seems pretty likely they get the ping out and know exactly what's going down. Still hanging on to this gold lead and the Dragon Edge at about 9 minutes into the game. But the game state hasn't changed too much here. Gemini does have 6 now. Opens up the opportunity to go places, but I think they might be eyeballing this Herald play first, but it's not very safe, as Juhan is here with the level advantage.
And the most important thing in this Herald play is that Mission cannot leave his lane. He cannot face check against the LeBlanc and give a double chain over. So they will have to play this one very, very safe. And I like this trade from PSG. They're actually sneaking down into the bot side for a 4v2 and making it super costly for CFO. They don't have any TPs on their solo laners, and now they have to drop back into their own tower.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Juhan waiting around the side. Kaiwing cleared away. This is just sniffed out, though, for the time being. It will be the Herald, and they don't really find an answer. PSG, nice try on that one, but they're just going to get counter jungle instead.
Yeah, I love the patience from CFO. You can see they actually disengage from the top lane, bait PSG in bot lane a little bit more. They drop the pink, they spot it out. They back out to a very comfortable distance, again, because they have double sums on Shin, and then they go back and take the Herald. Now CFO, though, Mission...
Flash kick into the queue, following through, and the Chaos Storm is still going to return the kill. Mission with the outplay.
Oh my lord. Mission is the faker of the PCS. What a great play coming in from him.
Hey, man, Kaiwing said it, it's true. Oh boy. Man, looking more like Mission Impossible for Juhan. I mean, you did everything right as Elise in there, and you still got outplayed.
Yeah, the kick angle was a little bit off if I have to be completely nitpicky. Did put himself
okay, I mean,
in
that's
tower
fair,
range.
that's fair.
Yeah, but the build for Mission was just too good. He didn't get locked down by the chains there, was able to flash out from the tether anyway, and there's not much Bay could do, because it was just too many tower shots that Juhan did end up taking right there. Great play from that end, and this LeBlanc Lee Sin, this is what I was talking about. I feel like if CFO ever make it about a tempo matchup in the mid jungle, they just automatically win, because in my eyes, their mid jungle is actually just kind of mechanically better.
Yeah, they certainly are proving it, at least in some of these skirmish situations. Now the dive being set up again on bot, and Unified and Kaiwing, they're gonna remember what happened some levels ago and start to back it out. They bring in Juhan to the party now, and it will be a 3v3, but the Herald is popped down in the bottom side, so they'll just settle for taking the tower. This is full plate complete for Shun. He gets excited, does take a tower shot unnecessarily, and I think they realize this is getting a little bit too hot, and they're not going to go for the full push.
Yeah, I don't think CFO have to push things right now. They have a free back into a mythic item advantage over Unified. I assume that Shun is going to have to go for it anyway. So,
oh good hook! Into the root, the follow-up, both LeBlancs. Bay is able to just barely get away. But he is forced to burn.
Oh, super mega death rocket!
Not a whole lot, actually. Oh, it was a nice try.
Really good find coming in from Shun. I'm surprised by Bay distorting back that early. I mean, that was a bit of a risky one. And as we do see, Shun is just going to play with his mythic item advantage. I think this is clearly the superior play than going directly for the Drake right here. And Gemini is even able to take this one without his help, so they do a direct swap into topside. And this is very awkward for Hanabi. Like, he doesn't have a tower bot, and he's up against a Renekton in a long lane like this. It's not really where you want to be. He's going to have to wait for the wave to bounce back to him.
Yeah, I mean, Hanabi can still be pretty useful when it comes down to some of these fights, right? That Call of the Forge God, really, really helpful, but he's being set far behind, not because he's had so much attention focused on him, but because he hasn't had the opportunity to make plays. Going to be a little delayed on the Mythic, as you said, versus the Gore Drinker of Rest, and with Shun up topside, he's solo for right now. It's a little dangerous, but helps on the way, so not to worry.
Yep, and as we were talking about, Hanabi cannot meet this Renekton in river. He has to walk back to his own jungle for that one. And we do have a 3v3 in the top lane right now, with a decided advantage over to Shun right here. So I think both sides are going to play this very, very safe and just rely on pushing potential here. You know, Shun has made a couple of mistakes, so I wouldn't be all that surprised if he walks up here, but most likely he should have gotten the message. Just stay in your own lane. You don't have to force things right here. Wait until Gemini comes, and you should win the 3v3 guaranteed.
Yeah, the best players learn from their mistakes. Shun hasn't lost too many games in the PCS since his debut back in week number 5, but he definitely looks like he's playing a little more cautiously, certainly looks more comfortable on this Jinx in particular as they walk down river to join back up with the rest of the crew at about 14 minutes on the clock right now, holding on to that 3,000 gold advantage. PSG looking for an angle to try and flank them, but they cannot find too much.
It's PSG is in a bit of an awkward spot. Sure, they can continue to scale up and just try to play the 5v5 game. They will have the superior front line with the Ornn. But at the meantime, I do feel like that game plan is going to take a while because they so far are lacking a lot of damage. The LeBlanc Lee Sin has, I'll be honest, completely fell flat on its face. Nothing has been working out.
Yeah, Juhan got that one play like really gifted to him by Koala, but since then they haven't really been able to do a whole lot. I think they're going to rely a lot on Unified in this late game, and CFO just have so many tools to work with, right? You know, as long as they don't make too many mistakes like we saw last time around, they have a Drake stack building. It is going to be Ocean sold this game, and with the Ocean Rift too, they have a lot more brush to play with to try and bait PSG into some of these fights.
Typically, Ocean is a little bit better, I think, for the side that has... I think this is a visual bug. Yeah, it's a bit of a visual bug right there. But overall, Ocean Drake is a little bit better for the side with the LeBlancs. In my book, it does give her a lot more angles to attack from outside of vision. But in the meantime, in a 5v5 setting, especially when you're CFO with such a kitey composition, it's so good for you as well.
Shun. He tried for it. Oh, Unified pops the heal. This is going to open up tower damage. Unified's walking away in the 1v1. Not a lot he can do about this because it's just such a massive advantage on kills. Also, the boots versus absolutely nothing. Unified's walking barefoot in this top lane.
Yeah, and that was such a great find as well. CFO managed to place a lot of wards in this backside of the red pit. They're able to catch out the supporting member rotation, and Shin just straight up takes the 1v1 once he sees that. No respect given to Unified, the veteran here. That's exactly what you need to do to win.
This is why I'm calling him this year's doggo, man. He's just like, hey, I can take on anybody. He is not afraid of nameplates. And now CFO are going to be going for this Herald fight. PSG don't really have an angle to get in, so it's going to be smashed down. Gemini picks it up without too much trouble. They can leave rest on this side lane for right now, and we are seeing a little bit of a flip from last game. CFO are the ones that are stiff-arming PSG.
You know, they do have a very decided advantage here, and a very clear objective. The next one is going to be just the mid lane drop into the Drake play. So PSG know that's coming. CFO know that's what they're going to do. And the only question is, how do PSG actually try to defend this? They need to find some scenarios where Bey can do meaningful damage to Shun before it comes down to an all-out brawl. So we have to pay very close attention to where these vision blind spots are going to be. If we're looking at the map right now, PSG do have that pink on the right side of their river. That's kind of their anchorage point. So we're going to have to watch if Bey can find some poke over the wall in this spot, just distort back. And you know the play CFO is going to do. They're just going to drop Herald and turn into the Ocean Drake.
Okay, Mission, he does get slowed. But that's not going to be enough of an angle for the engage. Bey tries to find that poke. Does manage to find a little onto Gemini, but again, it's so hard to engage into a Victor. This is dangerous right now. They brought all 5 members. The Renekton's coming up river as well. And that's going to be Herald pop. Here's the play. Big defense here for PSG. Can they stop it?
Yeah, they're missing one major engage tool, so CFO are actually feeling pretty confident to just straight up take down this tower, put a lot of damage on these members, and they do have Storebringer to just completely deactivate the tower as well. So very aggressive play from CFO here, but well warranted given the expense of resources from PSG. And PSG know they can't fight this. There's a double choke that CFO are going to be holding. There's zero chance that they're going to be walking through this before the Drake goes down. And I like this play from them. At least they flip directly towards the offside of the map and try to find some more of that vision advantage we were talking about.
Yeah, see what you can get here. As LeBlanc has been starved for kills, but at least Bey can try to shepherd these minions in. Objective bounties are going to start coming into play, right? You do have an opportunity to at least get a little more gold back. And oh, the cheeky teleport here for Rest. He's not going to let Bey get any damage on.
I like that demoralizing play as well.
Yeah.
He's also incredibly safe doing this one. There's no chance that Juhan and Bey are even going to be close to be killing him over the Dominus. So I think Rest is completely safe in doing this one. That being said, it looks like Bei and Juhan might still be trying for this. I kind of feel like that's a wasted effort, but let's see if they get anything out of it.
Nah, end up backing away. Rest playing, despite the fact that he teleports right into a lane, not necessarily knowing who's in his own jungle. I mean, Rest is feeling pretty confident, having a much better game than last time around. We're seeing a similar gold graph, but in the opposite favor. With a 4,000 and some change lead here for CFO as we get closer to cresting that 20-minute mark. 3 dragons stack on. It'll be about 3.5 minutes before the next ocean comes up, and that is Soul Point for Flying Oyster if they want to take it.
Yeah, I think PSG at this point, they're really looking for the 2-item spike coming in from Bei. That's when they're going to still have kill threat over Xun, and before Xun can get some of his more defensive items, like the GA. So I think that's the point where PSG are going to really try to attempt a comeback. But at this point, you can tell how far Bei is behind. It's 20 minutes into the game, and he's nowhere close to getting his second item right here. Not even a component done at this point. So I expect it to be a very, very chill couple of minutes, and honestly, the best PSG can hope for is a steal on the Ocean Drake. I don't even think they can do a straight-up 5v5 here.
Yeah, Juhan, I mean, he's shown some serious propensity on this Lee Sin. He could potentially get in and around, but he's also going to have to walk up from red side, right? Unless he wants to go for the long wraparound, and CFO, controlling, this other side of the pit there. As long as they keep the vision down, I feel like this is going to be pretty easy for them to take. And PSG, they need to find an answer. They just don't really have a lot of opportunities right now. They're getting squeezed out.
And I do want to mention, Hanabi's actually going to fall down quite easily in these fights. If you look at Shun's build, he's gone for Lord Dominic's Regard second, and he also has PTA in the front line. So that means he gets the 12% exposure attack damage through. He has the armor shred. Hanabi is really not that tanky. He has pure armor items against this build, and that's a lot of just straight up value that Shun is going to be getting here. So again, I just feel like PSG, in the next 2 minutes, I don't see a decisive win for them. I just think it's down to, okay, Juhan, you're going to be on a solo mission. Let's see what you can do on the Lee Sin. We've seen some pretty crazy steals this split already. Let's see if you can stop this Ocean Soul from going over.
It's a narrow window. It's always possible, though. Still some time before that goes, as both teams just kind of staring each other down from across the way. PSG looking for an angle, looking for a chance to at least land a little bit of chip damage onto either Gemini or Mission or Shown if they can, but really well played by CFO to not really present too much of a target here. And that's the hook. Koala's going to open up the hostilities here onto Hanabi. Forced to flash away. Gravity field not going to affect him, but it doesn't really matter too much because the damage is already done. And Bei's just going to try to look to find something back. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Hanabi, at this point, not tanky at all. You can tell Mission just chunked about a quarter of its HP away. Shun had no problem shredding through his armor right there either. So things are looking pretty dire for PSG. Once again, they're setting up their trap in this exact same location. And Mission...
Okay. That's going to be Kaiwing. They want to try it here. Mission does flash out. The Call to Forge God doesn't really do enough, as they have a numbers disadvantage. They can't really turn the fight, but that's so many tools burned for PSG. CFO pretty much have free range now, and they only burn Mission's flash.
I wonder if Mission walked through that deliberately. He already had the Zhonya's complete, so he could afford giving up kind of a Zhonya that's a 90-second cooldown.
Are you saying Mission is playing 5D chess here?
I'm just saying, I refuse to believe that CFO would get caught out in the same game twice in the exact same position with vision advantage. That's kind of my logic behind that. I mean, that has to be intentional.
Well,
right?
let's take a look at the replay. Zoom, enhance, let's go. Kaiwing goes in. I don't know, man. Mission could have big-brained it.
Oh, that was such a good play there. Coming in from Shun, he actually stops the Call of Forge God going in just with the Flame Chancellor. I'm totally sorry if you actually pointed that out already.
No. That was actually massive. I missed it on the first play. That was really cool. But this is going to be the Dragon fight. It is a 5v5 with Bei trying to flank, but CFO are going to open up here. Juhan would try for the steal. They know this is happening, but this is going very quickly. Here comes Bei to the side. Flame Chopper's on. They do manage to find a little bit here. Bei gets deleted in the fight, and the Dragon is all but forgotten. The big stat stick of Renekton is just making PSG's life hell, and they delete everybody but Juhan, going right back onto the Drake, and it's going to be Baron.
4-0-1 for Shin right here. Ocean Soul has to be contested here from PSG, but they just can't get over the gravity field. Only Leona and Bei go in on the first salvo. They're easy pickings for how fed Shin and his build actually is. They take down those two champions, and on the flip side, you saw Gemini and Rest staying on top of Unified at the start of the fight. Leona has already gone in. There's no crowd control left anymore, and now Agent Juhan has to make the most impossible steal of his life work. He's not even going to try.
He's out of time. He would have, if he'd have been able to get in there, there was always the possibility, but man, everything is coming up. CFO, this fight again, Bei tries for the flank, but what a brilliant turn by Flying Oyster.
It's so hard for him to make this work. Gemini does have the instant crowd control right next to Shun as well. They don't find the initial damage onto anyone, really. The Distort doesn't land, Chain doesn't land. They get the Everfrost, but that's about it. And just look at the front line from Rest and Gemini. They stand right from Unified because they know, hey, Leona has no cooldowns. Bei is already in. Ornn is already committed fully. Let's just kill this Unified. No damage left on the rest of the composition. And this is, I think PSG showing a little bit of weakness right here. They played it a little bit safe with the Lee Sin and LeBlanc instead of going in deeper to build out a full early game composition, and CFO actually end up winning on both sides of that trade.
Yeah, big gold advantage for them, and with the Baron on everybody, they didn't lose a single member in that Dragon fight. Just honestly brilliant positioning. I mean, I really like what Shun was doing, using the extra brush advantage to try and not give Bei an easy opening, the instant turn, the collapse. I mean, in these 5v5s, despite the fact that PSG are the team more noted for the coordination, CFO in actual 5v5 fights, when they choose them, they look good.
Yeah, this is the problem. I think it's just the fact that the LeBlanc isn't fed. There's not enough of a threat vector here. Unified also died twice in lane, making it very difficult for him to have the same normal impact that he usually would here. So, you know, CFO have so many ways to take this, and again, I want to mention the Volibear. I don't think PSG can actually defend this. They're just kind of fronting at this point, and indeed, they just run off. The most important thing here is to check on Bei's items. I think he has to get those 2 items done before he's an actual threat, and they have to follow up rather quickly because the Ocean Soul is already there for Shun. They can heal up for most of the poke damage.
And they're running out of base. I mean, Bei, he just gets completely chunked by Mission on the back half of that one. He doesn't even have his flash right now. Still playing very confidently as the rocket does go flying, hits the wrong LeBlanc, unfortunately, but they are not stopping here. Looking to finish the game quickly. It might give an opportunity for the flank. Here's Juhan on the side. The hero play, the hero moment. It would have to happen now.
Let's see if he can find
Or it's going to happen never.
The Dragon's Rage is definitely there. They have the Call of the Forge God, but they have to pull the trigger. They're losing their entire base. Here we go.
Okay, Bei gets down. He gets the 2-man route. They're going to land onto Mission. That's going to be the Leona. Into the stasis he goes, and Juhan just gets deleted. And Shun, after the fact, Call of the Forge God is going to land, but it doesn't matter. The Jinx is running wild as the rest of PSG collapse into nothingness. The quadra kill, and that's going to be it. GG for the ace. 27.5 minutes, CFO right back on the board. And Clement, we got a series.
What a beautiful face roll coming in from CFO here. Now, I will say this game, a lot of things happened that probably you will never see happen again. Unified getting dunked on, Kaiwing getting dunked on in lane. I don't think I've seen, you know, throughout this entire split, a lane go so poorly for PSG. There was definitely a lot of outplay, if I will, from Koala, just catching them out of surprise, and they were able to ride high off of taking Kaiwing and PSG out of the entire picture. The other thing I want to mention is tempo is not the best play, I think, for Juhan and Bei. They're not really known as a tempo 2v2 here. And I do want to throw out some stats here. Bei's only contributing 19% of the team's damage in the postseason. So, you know, I think this was a test game coming in from PSG. They wanted to see if, hey, if we play a worse matchup in the bottom side, can we still pull through? If we play a tempo matchup in the mid jungle, can we dominate? And I guess the answer was no in both cases.
Not against the side of CFO, so it ends up as a 1-for-1. But yeah, a couple of odd games and a lot of uncharacteristic missteps by both teams between them. I do think that, you know, if the jitters are shaken out, if some of the picks are a little bit more finalized coming to Game 3, yeah, maybe it was just PSG trying to test not necessarily their own limits, but what champions and what compositions they can get away with. I really like what we saw to CFO once they had the lead, once they had the edge. This is a team that is very comfortable when they are in the lead. They don't really ever feel out of control, but they need to win lanes, it seems. They need to try and snowball a little bit, and I wonder if they can pull it off, as we are going to have PSG with side selection this time around.
Yeah, this game is such a huge boost for Shun. Just another reminder, this is the first time that he's actually won against Unified and Kai Wing for the rookie here. So I think this is absolutely massive coming in for... I'm not sure if this... first time they won in lane, excuse me. They've won
yeah, because they won the game, but it wasn't the most impressive Shun performance.
Yeah, the laning phase, they still lost to Unified quite hard. So I think it's really important, and I think it changes the calculus quite a bit here. You're not going to see these blind Aphelioses being selected by PSG, and the CFO ban on the Xayah actually starts to make a lot of sense. You could see this just come through multiple times. Again, Unified does play a lot of these weird champions. He's also just a gym player if he needs to be, but we haven't seen it much this split. We'll see if PSG are forced to dig in a little bit deeper to get a hyper carry out of Unified, because I think this split they have been more reliant on Unified because of that lack of damage from mid.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely a good weak point to try to attack if you're CFO, right? Like, because even though Unified is an incredibly consistent player, he can be beaten. And we have seen this happen now with the side of CFO. Also, I think it's very important for these two supports to get that primary engaged. There's a reason Nautilus is so heavily contested in this league, and these two players are a prime example of it. Never mind a little bit of the pathing mistakes I think we're seeing from Koala. He certainly has the engaged chops, and while we often talk about Kai Wing as this incredible bot lane player to pair up with Unified, it's easy to forget Koala's been playing in the league just as long as Kai Wing has, and even if he doesn't have the same sterling reputation, he's got a lot of experience.
He definitely has, and you can see the lack of Kai Wing in this game and how hard it actually impacted PSG. PSG are incredibly reliant on their bot lane. Their bot lane is their winningest lane in terms of just the laning phase, and it's also their most important lane in terms of shot calling, because Kai Wing does manage the majority of the command and control on the team. He also is the one roaming around the map the most. So if you shut PSG's bot lane down, and this is what we've seen from international games as well, then PSG have a very difficult time climbing out and winning the game. The other point I do want to mention here is I actually feel like throughout this split, even though Hanabi, we talked about him as a weak side player, mainly in international events, this split, I think you should give him a counter pick. I think you should try to put him on something that actually deals damage, just because he's been doing so incredibly well.
I mean, he's an incredible Gangplank player. They banned the Gnar just out of respect. That's not something you see with really almost anybody else. I mean, I can think of like maybe a handful of players who demand the respect Gnar ban, like maybe Summit in North America. Yeah. And that's just because he played so much of it in the regular split. Yeah, I would like to see Hanabi, especially if you're going to try and double down on the tempo, which, again, risky. Give him something that can deal damage. Give him something that can at least carry, because they couldn't really match the pressure. Juhan couldn't quite be as many places, and it is no surprise that Shun wins the MVP, because when you outplay Unified, you absolutely get to win the game.
8-0-2. I love his build. He knew Hanabi was coming in with double armor items. He goes into LDR directly as his second right there. And he also had the willingness to just take Unified in 1v1. He was up a full Berserker's boots, and it's like, I'm just running you down here. I don't care. Gets his heal, just puts that tower down and collapses the entire map. I feel like Shun, in my mind, has overtaken Cruscata as that number 2 role and the rookie to kind of watch from the AD carry position.
I absolutely agree with you. He came out of absolutely nowhere as well. In week 5 is the first time we got to see him. It was all Atlan before then, and he has just taken this league by storm. A killer instinct, incredible performance on these hyper carries. Never mind game 1. I feel like that might have been a blip on the radar. If he gets a champion that he can pop off on these resets, the Jinx, it is massive, and you have to wonder, PSG, maybe they want to ban it. We'll have to find out after this break. We'll be right back with game number 3.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
I will look defeat in the eye. I will stand with my head held high. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but you ain't putting out the fire inside. Blood, sweat, and tears will make me stronger. Whatever comes around the corner, there's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my home victory. And when I'm out of breath, think there's nothing left. Oh, the fighter inside is gonna keep on fighting. It's gonna keep on fighting. Yeah. When the ground all around is burning, from the ashes I'm a phoenix rising. When I'm surrounded in the shadows of doubt, I will never surrender. I will never surrender. There's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my home victory. And when I'm out of breath, think there's nothing left. Oh, the fighter inside is gonna keep on fighting. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. Blood, sweat, and tears will make me stronger. Whatever comes around the corner, there's a fire inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my home victory. And when I'm out of breath, think there's nothing left. Oh, the fighter inside is gonna keep on fighting. Sweat and tears will make me keep on fighting. Whatever comes around, gonna keep on fighting. Sweat and tears will make us keep on fighting. Whatever comes around the corner, there's a fighter inside of me, and I'll keep fighting for my home victory. And when I'm out of breath, think there's nothing left. Oh, the fighter inside is gonna keep on fighting.
Yeah. I'll avenge you. It's not long till I evolve to what I'm meant to be. Hometown prophecy, London reinvented me. Elitists do it properly. MJ would have rocked with me. It feels like a crown is the only thing on top of me. Honest things in CD, get high like PG. Guys, it like Ouija, stay smart like 3Ps. Get fly like ET, live east like E3. I am the only trilogy that beat no repeat. I kill the beat, I slay the beat, I kill the beat, slay the beat, I kill the beat. I represent evolution like Charmander. Come through on the mic with a hard banger. Biblical with the bars, I'm the last rapture. I'm Picasso with the pen, this is art grammar. Lightning with the flow, call me for the rapper. I've been through some stuff, you will marvel at my chapter. Loud with the amp, but I call it a big bagger. And I'll live in my family, the only thing that matters. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I killed the beat, I slayed the beat, I killed the beat. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger. I'm an avenger.
And welcome back once again to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. We are 1-1 in the Winners Bracket Finals here, Clement, between the likes of PSG Talon, our reigning champions, and CFO, the CTBC Flying Oyster. Definitely were flying high after that last one. We'll see if they can keep that momentum going. But before we do get into the draft, I do want to take a moment once again to thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible, as always. And Clement, we're getting another Swippy swap, as it is going to be PSG on the blue side with side selection after that last loss. And we've had two games kind of get decided. It feels pretty early. I wonder if that's going to shift up here.
I do think PSG have realized that their prerogative is they cannot let Kaiwing just stay in lane. If Kaiwing stays in lane and they lose the bottom side, then they give the entire early game over to CFO, because mid-jungle 2v2, I don't think they're stronger than their opponent, and top lane kind of cancels each other out. So the most important part of this draft for me is definitely for PSG to hang on into a winning bottom side. And I will say that Kaiwing has actually been a very good support in throwing random picks, or not random, but throwing unique picks in a postseason setting to kind of get that advantage. Like, we have seen him pioneer the Yuumi at Worlds. We have seen him just go with the Braum at times, go with the Karma at times through regular season to make sure they secure that.
He's a player too.
Exactly.
Yeah,
right?
I think he's got a lot of tools to play with here. It just depends on how things shake out, right? Like Kaiwing is a very experienced player. As we've mentioned, so is Koala, but he's definitely more of the conventional mold. As we do see PSG, they are not going to take any chances banning the Jinx. That's 2 for 2 blue side, and CFO continue to remove the Ahri, so we actually don't see too much of a shift up in Game 1's draft.
So the big question here is, do they let the Xayah go? Oh, they do.
For con ban. Okay.
In the majority of picks right now, if you just secure the Xayah, you do secure the lane. You force the opponent to move into things that are, I would consider tier 2. And there we go. The Xayah is going to get locked in. So here's the big question for CFO. If you want to win the bot lane, are you willing to trade away hyper carry potential for it? If I'm CFO, I'm actually willing to do it. I'm actually willing to go all in onto an early game strategy and just go with the MF.
All right. Well, they're hovering on the Sejuani to start, but there is that Siren Song, the irresistible pick of the Nautilus. So much priority, especially for Koala on it. But we might get an answer. We'll see if it goes through on this rotation. They're going to keep holding their cards close to the chest here as Gemini now a 3rd game in a row on this Volley Bear.
They could still find a big win, like just even saving their AD carry for later. You know, they forced a double ban there, and then all of a sudden, top lane is completely open for Rest to counterpick. That could be a somewhat possible strategy, but I would want to see them lock in AD a little bit sooner rather than later. I think both the Kaisa and the Misfortune are up, have been played in other regions. There's definitely a strong possibility for that one to happen. PSG, on the other hand, I feel like they're just going for their game 1 sort of scenario where, okay, our game objective is we're not going to lose bot lane because we have the Xayah, and we're also not going to be capitulating in the early game with the tempo champions, or I'm just going to pick Rise that, you know, he doesn't have to get ahead, but he also is very difficult to fall behind on. So PSG, I think a very standard draft will, oh, here is what I want to see from CFO.
Come on.
You have to win the bottom side. Let's go.
Okay, well, they're definitely playing with the idea. I mean, this would be a big pop-off pick potentially for Shun. He did pilot it to success in 1 game already in this split. And there's a little bit of discussion as they let the timer tick down, but I think this is going through here.
Oh,
and it locks.
So the thing about Kaisa is she doesn't win as hard early. You do have a big level 1 spike. If you catch out the Xayah with the hook, then sure, you can put a bunch of damage on her with Hail of Blades. But most of the times, it's actually a post-level 6 power spike coming in from the side of Kaisa. And it also does force your composition to play more aggressive. I think if you're playing with Kaisa, you're looking at triple dive most of the time. So CFO, you know, I think they recognize that keeping timing down is important, that if they win the lane versus Unified, they most likely win versus PSG, and they're going to go all in on this strategy. This is super fun. I feel like it will force PSG to ban away the Zoe as well, because that is one of those champions that can make things very difficult to play against, especially if you're looking at a comp that just wants to rush at you.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to respect it, and they do. For CFO's side, they do decide to once again ban out the Hecarim that gave them so much trouble in game number 1. I think that is a smart play as well. And we'll see if they continue to target that pool. Maybe the Lee Sin comes off the board up against the likes of Juhan now that they already do have Gemini locked on the bear.
Yeah, I feel like Lee Sin is definitely the one that's most dangerous. You're not really afraid of the Trundle in this draft. Jarvan, not... potentially could be there. I think for Juhan, he's actually done okay on it. But you know,
he could run Viego. I mean, he could go for a reset champion if they want to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, I feel like for PSG, they're definitely looking for more disengage potential. If you look at the composition right now, you clearly have the range advantage, especially just against Kaisa. So the champions I would expect coming out, like Gnar, Gameplank, Gragas are all pretty good options on the side for PSG here. And for the jungle, you want something that can counter-engage a little bit. Well, I'm trying to think of what would be a good champion. I don't think Viego actually fits this comp.
Yeah, well, we'll get our answer in the next rotation, I suppose. But for Mission, it does seem like Comfort does take priority in this particular one, and he's not super fussed about facing up against Baze Rise. He's done it before, and he will get the lock-in. So heavy damage, but not so much on the dive for Mission in the mid lane.
Yeah. The thing about the Victor is that you can play him as a semi-assassin as well. In the late game, he actually drops a truckload of damage. You just flash in QWER pop, and a lot of times you can burn HP bars, and that's enough to allow Shun to just fly into the backline and start picking up kills. Oh, they go in a
Nabi, blind
different
Tryndamere
direction. This is interesting because Rest does have that Jax in his back pocket. It's been a long time since we've actually seen him pick it, but he does have that pick there for him. So this could be very dangerous here, as we do see that Jarvan. This is such a weird comp from PSG. They're trying to run triple dive into triple dive as well, and I typically don't feel like these compositions work very well against Kai'Sa because she's too hard to nail down.
Oh, they're going to try for it, though, and the Viego does get locked in. They were playing around with the idea of the Jarvan, but they will not take it. What is going to be CFO's answer here for Rest as they have the counter pick for him? Do we get to see the return of the Jax? That would make it very, very spicy, Clement.
Oh, yeah, that would be a very fun one to see, but I feel like CFO, they probably want a little bit more early game right now. Their bottom lane and mid lane don't have a lot of agency, so they are just going to go with Renekton again. He should be completely okay in his lane. And what we are having from these two comps is PSG, they have the potential to triple dive if they're together, but for the most part, it will be a 1-3-1 comp. And for CFO's side, this is kind of a charge in and just try to kill everyone sort of composition. The advantage they do have is that they can trade sides quite easily with Killer Instincts. Killer Instinct is just one of those abilities that allows you to dive away from the Viego and Tryndamere quite easily and just play completely for trading sides here. So, in my opinion, I actually like CFO's composition a little bit earlier. I feel like their mid-game has a lot more potential.
Yeah, if they can get off to a good start. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to do exactly what happened last time around. I mean, I think you called it out. Like, yeah, we're never going to see that again because it was just such a fumble from Unified in the individual play after the dive was executed well. But I do think they have the tools to set up the dive again. PSG have to know this is going to be coming, though, because Gemini, when he gets to play the early game without too much counter pressure, and that Viego probably won't be able to match him, he should be able to set this up again, and bot lane is certainly the priority to try and get ahead. That is the secret sauce to defeating PSG Talon.
And PSG or Talon are going for a comp that we really have not seen them run before. This is basically carry overload in the late game. 4 carries that make it very hard for Kai'Sa to just kill one and kind of snowball the entire game away from. But the problem with 4 carries is that you need a lot of resources for all of them. You need the game to go late. And I think for CFO's composition, they have some very easy engages. Like, they just charge forward with the Renekton on the side lane, they land a Ruthless Predator, and there comes Kai'Sa. It's a very easy 2-man game to set up. And I honestly feel like it's quite hard for Tryndamere to survive that sort of a scenario.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Hanabi's got cooking when he starts moving on this. He hasn't lost on the Tryndamere this split, but he's only had a couple of games on it himself. Starting off a pretty heavy movement of players on PSG side into that river, but we do have, into the brush guarding it, but we do have a pause coming in to kick things off. So just a little bit more about the comps. It is interesting. It is odd to see PSG experimenting so much, but I think maybe they didn't like what they saw in game 2, Clement.
Yeah, I feel like this time they do have a little bit more early game to hinge on, especially from their bottom side. So what this reads is, again, this is what I would say is a bit of a staggered composition, where you do have very strong points from your bottom side to cover the weaknesses of your solo lanes earlier on. You get them to the late game, you play a 1-3-1 composition. Tryndamere at some point will outscale the Renekton, and the Ryze at some point can play very well against the Victor in a side lane. The problem with 1-3-1 in this comp, though, is that Kai'Sa's an absolute 1-3-1 killer. This is something that people tend to forget, but she is a bit of a semi-global herself, and you have a lot of point-and-click CCs coming from both of these side lanes. If you have just the Q dropping from Gemini, Kai'Sa can instantly fly in and just join in on the fun. So I feel like 1-3-1 is actually pretty difficult to play, and I also feel like backline trading is also very hard to play for PSG, because Kai'Sa can just kind of trade sides. So I feel like PSG did a lot to kind of cover their composition, but everything they did kind of runs directly into what Kai'Sa wants to do as well.
Yeah, it's going to be on Shun for the outplays, but he's already shown that he has an incredible ability to play, and even up against the best of the league, like Unified, making him look mortal at times. So on this Halo Blades, Kaisa is playing with the cleanse. That does seem to be his preferred summoner in this series, despite what champion he may be on. Ooh, look at this mission, and Koala actually moving up. They could look for a catch on to Bay early, but who's be baiting who? It's a dangerous start here. Just going to use the Sky Splitter to chase them out, and yeah, no full-on engages. I don't think either team really wanted it.
Yeah, small win there, I would say, for CFO. They get a lot of damage in before they can actually go back to base, so that damage will stick just a little bit into the bottom side. Definitely something to pay attention to. And we do have both of these junglers starting into the bot side. I think because of how late that invade was, both of them do know that the junglers are going top side. So that should equalize on some of the leads here coming in from Hanabi. Very early ghost pop. This is what Tryndamere love to do. Rest got
interesting. Yeah, he did. Also, point of order too, like Rest, he had teleport for a good chunk of the pick ban, but he switched it up at the last second to ignite. So Rest, I feel like he can't stop himself from trying to go for the 1v1.
I would read this as a defensive ignite. You definitely want that early game. Tryndamere is actually very strong against Renekton, and the reason is Renekton in the early phases, he doesn't have the dominance extra HP to burn through here, so he actually gets taken down by the lethal tempo plus Ghost Flash Tryndamere quite easily. So more of a defensive find. You definitely could consider that, but so far Tryndamere doing a really good job.
All right, catch on the hook from Koala. A little bit of trade of damage onto both the supports here. Gemini actually going to get spotted out by Hanabi. Goes deep into CFO's jungle, but he doesn't really have the ability to clear away the ward as he doesn't have a sweeper. So nothing really lost for him as Rest is just trying to hold the wave. Actually a nice little bit of a cull there and moves him back and forward. Unified and Kaiwing, meanwhile, under fire. Shun already starting off with pretty free damage onto this turret to chip it down as they push forward.
Yeah, and just to remind everyone, they did a leash early, so PSG came into lane late, and they also took a lot of damage because of that Sky Splitter early on, and that's why you're seeing the reversal of the matchup. Typically, it is the Xayah that does have the extra wave clear over the Kaisa to kind of put this lane into their favor, but because of their start, CFO actually are the ones ending up with a bit of a lead right here. And on the flip side, you do see Juhan now dominating the top lane, making life a little bit risky for Rest. Again, he's not running the TP, so he has to respect the potential for a gank here, and he actually just goes back for a dry walk back into top lane.
Yeah, we are seeing the long con here for CFO in level 3. Flash Unified gets away from Koala's dredge line, but that is a key summoner burned, so we will expect to see Gemini back very shortly.
Really nicely done here. Love that play coming in. Rest this time. Oh, I love the walk back. Gets the double slice and dice. If you didn't have that, Hanabi could actually just chase him all the way down as there was no rage on Rest.
Okay, Juhan's come in. This is the lane gank through the brush. Going to wrap around the side. But Koala and Shun are respecting it.
Very nicely done here. Don't think there's a chance for this to happen, and they do spot out Juhan here. The pings go down, so they know that the Viego's there, and they're going to stay safe for now. The important thing to watch is can CFO actually control this wave in the bottom side? If they do, it's a very easy gank onto Unified. There's no flash here. They have the guaranteed stun by Gemini. He can just flash in on Xayah at this point. So we'll see how PSG try to reset the wave. The best thing they want is the wave to bounce back before they set a complete back here. But in the meantime, we do have a nice visit here from Gemini. Oh, the bait.
Okay, Rest trying to bait. There we go. He's actually going to be caught up, and he does not have the ultimate.
Goodbye.
So Sky Splitter down. The bear runs in. There's the flash burned, and he's going to get followed. And he takes a bite out of crime. Gemini with first blood.
Oh, Hanabi with such a bad flash right there. Waited until the last second. The auto attack still went through, so a death flash there for Hanabi. A bit of a weird misplay here. We'll see if the pause has anything to do with that. I didn't expect him to flash at that second.
That was a little bit odd for sure. So as the pause comes in, we get to really talk about the game state, though. It's Gemini that gets first blood. It's not going to be the Renekton. I do think that's a little bit more right, because the Renekton, you want him to be the stat stick later on, even if he's getting a little bullied right now. Gemini should be happy with the fact that he can at least catch back up a little more, because Juhan had been kind of out-farming him and out-leveling him.
Yeah, we did see Juhan getting a lot of farm done here. We're going to be looking at this replay. Really good bait from Rest. I'm kind of surprised that Nabi actually went for that one. And we'll see how close the Fat Flash actually was. It was actually fairly close for Nabi if he was able to flash away from that one. That was a kind of short flash, though. That wasn't... Like, if you wanted to play that flash, I think it should have been longer. It was kind of a weird one.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of micro mistakes from over the course of the series from like both teams for players that we really don't expect it. And I am a little curious about that because we are in the winners bracket finals. Maybe the pressure's mounting a little bit, even for some of these more veteran players. Obviously, you can't expect them to be perfect 100% of the time, but it is not going unpunished by either squad.
Yeah. Did I miswatch that? Did he flash before? But anyway, they still get the first blood regardless.
Yeah, so after that, I mean, Gemini obviously still has a little bit of a ways to go before 6. We saw last game that they set up the dive onto bot side and really were able to cut it off. It was a nice chase down. They managed to get Kaiwing. We are going back into the game to see what the game state is. Juhan had started out on this Hextech Dragon, and that, I mean, that's what you do, right? You try to you get that because you can't really get anything else on the map at the moment. Things have reset. You have a momentary advantage while the other jungler's away. Still a little bit risky. Has to smite a little early, but there's nobody here to contest it, so it's fine.
Yep. And just taking a look at Shun's build right here, we do have the startup towards the sort of Eclipse build. Later on, we have seen a lot of people just go for more AP into their build as well. So we'll see how he goes completely with this one. In the meantime, I think for CFO right now, it's just about scaling to 6 and trying to catch people out in the mid lane. What you really want to see is the potential for this Kaisa to kind of leave lane and then join up on the rest of the skirmishes elsewhere. Gemini,
he's coming back.
Enough, I feel like he missed his big raptor right there. Or big raptor.
He did actually. He kind of just left it hanging. I wasn't sure about that. Like, maybe he saw an opening, saw something he wanted to get, but he ends up just doing the long wraparound. Didn't wander into the river brush and therefore spot the pink ward. But yeah, okay. Nabi's going to be the one to hit 6 first, regardless of what went down a little earlier up there. Ghost, but no sums for Rest just yet. He does hit 6 down, has dominance, but Juhan wants to make a trip up here, and so does Gemini. Blast Cone, neither jungler is going to see each other. Well, never mind, because that was the control ward that did catch that out, so they cleared away. Back to reset once again.
It was a little bit dangerous for Juhan. He saw the ward and was like, nah, I'm not going in for this. Volibear could just be right around the corner, and he was absolutely right. Exactly. Bear sense is
no, good game sense for PSG. I feel like that is one of the big edges for them. They do seem to understand like timings, like rotations pretty well. That's something that this squad has really prioritized, and when they lose, it's because they get set so far behind that they can't make a good choice, like we saw last game.
And Nabi's going to know that Gemini is here as well, so without Rage, he's just going to sit there for a while. And I think the most important lane to watch right now is definitely going to be the bot side. Once Shun ticks over to level 6, there's a lot of kill threat onto Unified. He doesn't have his flash, and that means he cannot reposition the Featherstorm after he casts it. So there's basically zero chance that Shun gets caught by the Blade Caller here. And he also does have the Cleanse to continue dealing damage throughout Kaiwing's CC. So this lane is getting pretty hairy for the bot lane of PSG, and they still have to weather this next minute for sure.
They're actually going to bring Kaiwing up through the mid lane right now. I'm keeping an eye on where Unified ends up going, if he actually follows through, because without anybody here, they are going to have free push in the bot. I'm wondering if PSG want to try and set up for like a flip or something. It doesn't look like it. They just kind of wandered up through mid first. But this is going to be a roam out from Koala as well as he backs away and heads towards mid himself.
Yeah, really nicely done. Now Rest is caught out of position.
He's in big trouble right now. He slices. He can't dice, though, and even with the Dominus on, he'd like to get the outplay, but Hanabi has his ultimate, and that is going to be the kill. As they look to reset here, all Gemini can really do is get a little jungle back for themselves, but they are going to start wrapping down bot to try to make the counterplay, Clement.
Yeah, this is so deadly. Unified does have his flash back up again, but meanwhile on the top side, I'm a little bit surprised that the Herald isn't just dropped for more gold as Koala goes in.
There's the hook, the Blast Cone pop. They're going to try and chase them away here. Unified will get knocked up, but he is very far out of the action. Gemini goes a little bit deep here. Oh, into the Chaos Storm. Unified just limping away, but can't quite do it. They trade out on the jungler, though. as Juhan gets that one on the reset now. Koala's going down for the double kill. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of PSG, and they're chasing Shun and Mission down.
Yeah, way too deep for CFO right here. Kaisa doesn't get to join with the Killer Instinct, and I feel like the play was already late. They had to walk through wards, and the effort wasn't completely worth it. I feel like a couple plays just on the bot lane tower was good enough, but they overchase, and now PSG has the chance to free Kai Wing and get the counter tie.
Yeah, that was a weird turn of events, I gotta say. I think CFO really had their sights set on trying to get the kill down bot. And they did. Credit where it's due. They finished off Unified. Mission had that long-range Chaos Storm, but yeah, I don't know if that was worth it, really. It's 2 kills to the Viego. Juhan already looking good now, and Bay flashes forward, puts Mission into Rune Prison. He burns his own flash. Gemini coming in for backup. Long range. That is going to be the Parasol from Kaiwing, and they can close this one up. Bay getting the kill onto his opposite number now, and Juhan even chasing Gemini out of the jungle. PSG finding advantages.
It was a beautiful play from the 3-man. We're going to watch this again. It was a lot of hesitancy going into this play. You could see Koala walking back, and Unify says, nah, I'm not taking this bait. He goes in directly, and then he walks back out. So I just feel like the communication was so weird here. Koala doesn't even drop his Ignite to secure that kill. So it just seemed like they weren't on the same page, whether they wanted to get that kill or not. Shin isn't in range to join. You don't even see a Void Seeker being thrown out for the Killer Instinct there. So yeah, I just think CFO kind of botched that play. It seemed like there was some discussion on how deep they needed to go into this one, and it turned out to be a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, definitely the case. So now the game state 4-2. PSG rocking that 1,000 gold advantage themselves, as well as the Dragon they got early on. And Unified might be set a little further behind, but I don't know if it's going to matter when you have the Viego with 2 kills. Anabi is handling rest pretty well here. In a 1v1, actually going forward and forcing the slice out. CFO going to be muscling into the mid lane, but there's nothing really to take on this.
And that's why Renekton has slowly fallen out of favor here. I think Renekton has a very dominating early game, but compared to a lot of these champions that can use the new Lethal Temple in Season 12, he's just not been able to win trades at all. And the long lane does not favor him this time around. CFO bring a lot more numbers here. Let's see if they can get the fight going.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Kaiwing that starts off, and they do manage to land the stun on Dimension, but there are a lot more members of CFO here. Big Featherstorm coming out of Unified, and it might just be enough. Very low health bars there, but Shun is able to open up with a double kill, looking for even more. Now this chase down 4v2. Here comes the Void Seeker, landing out onto Bay, yanking him right back in. He's going nowhere, and they want to keep feeding it in. The triple kill. He'd love to have a Quadra, but instead, he's going to let that go to Mission, who siphons a little bit more life.
That was perplexing for me. I'm not sure what PSG were expecting, but that was just a straight-up 4v3 that PSG walked themselves into. They used all of their gap closers and CC on the tanks just to walk themselves to death. I am completely baffled by why PSG think that this play would be worth it here. You can see the 2-man, they run in, they start out on the support. Mission takes one crowd control, but he's so far from dying here. And then Unify just gets left to the wolves. Mission able to charge forward. He has a stasis, keeps himself completely alive. And yeah, that's
great chase from
PSG
here.
Failing the basic math.
Yeah, that's troubling, I think, to say the least. So we've seen a few throws back and forth right now. And 3 kills now onto Shun as this Kaisa. That's going to be some very healthy gold infused into him. And the gold game swings yet again another 1,000 advantage. They also have the Dragon off the back of that. And CFO, it seems like they find the edges when they just get the... Oh, man, they'd be looking for the shutdown onto Juhan. He forced to flash away after the Heartbreaker as well. Doesn't have those tools left to work with, and just positional error after error.
Yeah, huge wins coming in from PSG. I thought they were going to be able to claw back a lot of their deficits in the bot side, but it doesn't seem like it. And I just feel like PSG forgot about Killer Instinct in that instance. They thought that, oh, we've cut off Shin, he can't join the fight. And then the crowd control goes down and they find Kaisa right on top of Unified. And they're like, we forgot about that champion, did we?
you know, it was having a quieter game, and they really wanted to get him fed, but this time they got the opportunity served up on a silver platter. Now PSG going to look to try and cut off shooting Koala, but they have help coming. This is a 3v3. They turn immediately on to the rise, and Bay nearly gets deleted. Koala going into stasis. Gemini still holding the line as here comes Mission on the Chaos Storm. Bay is going to go down.
He's going to go in.
Even picks it up on the Void Seeker, and he's into the line once again. Icathian Rain, but it's going to be Mission who claims the kill, and another at the end. Mission also rolling forward, gonna look for a triple himself, and Kaiwing has no choice but to walk straight through the gravity field. He gets the stun, but that Leona going nowhere, tries to dodge it out, even tanking turret shots. Mission's having a great game.
I'm not sure what to say, but PSG basically just run it back. We have seen 2 back-to-back, 4 for basically nothing trades, given over from PSG.
No, Clement, that's not running it back, that's running it down.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, this is a real head scratcher for sure.
Yeah, like I know Bay has a stasis, but they're making it so easy for Shun. If you do not put all of your crowd control onto Shun at the start of the fight, you have 0 chance of winning. They split their crowd control once again. One goes back on, hits on Koala, and they actually throw most of their damage on the Nautilus. So, you know, Shun, I think, has a completely correct read here. It's like, oh, you guys actually just spent all your cooldowns, and I'm the person with the 3-0-0 scoreline. So I'm just going to wipe your team. That's as easy as that. So, I don't know. These 2 fights are very odd for me from PSG. I just feel like they haven't been able to coordinate with Bay very well on how they actually want to play it out. Because I think if you're going to make this catch, you should realm warp a lot sooner. I'm not sure what they were expecting. If they were going to catch, you don't walk to place, you realm warp to it. You take a taxi.
This is really weird too, right? Because we haven't seen these, apparent miscommunications on this squad really all split long. Even in the couple of losses they had, it wasn't because of mistakes like this. So something is clearly going on right now in the PSG camp, and well, CFO are taking advantage here right now. Even though they've made a couple of mistakes themselves with the Herald drop in the mid lane now, they're going to be looking for a secondary charge. And Nabi going to be forced to come around the side. He does have a bit more chase down potential. He's got the Stride Breaker complete, so if he gets into the backline, he can stick. The question is, can CFO peel him back right now? 16 minutes on the clock, and they have a pretty decent gold advantage of about 2,500, and the tempo is certainly in their favor.
Yeah, very nicely done across the board, and even though Tryndamere might be a little bit ahead of Renekton, it doesn't matter. Look at how much damage Mission's going to do to him just with a couple of rotations right here. He's 5-1 and 4. Nabi with the great escape.
Okay, there we go. I mean, he's speedy. You can't deny him that, but he did have to burn the ghost to make it happen. Meanwhile, Rest is caught out by Bay and Juhan, but he is very tanky with the Dominus on. Juhan forced to flash away. Are we really going to see the 1v2 outplay?
Still lost flash.
Just
waiting for W. Oh,
there we go. Slice Dice Call the Beacon. He does it. Oh, Rest, what a beautiful play. He's going to pay for it with his life. Or is he? And we got a split screen.
Oh, he's slicing dice. That's a 4v1, and he gets out.
He's out. Okay, Rest is making up for lost time in game 1, man. He's styling right now.
Oh, I'm not sure if Bay actually had the flash or not, but he wasn't willing to expend it right there. He falls down once again, and that is just massive for CFO. They get everything on the top side. They're going to be able to swoop around, take up this Drake, and Renekton is back into bottom lane already.
Yeah, we were talking about him falling off, him getting set behind. Well, here's the problem. If anybody but Hanabi tries to deal with him, that Dominus means a lot more. So CFO get Ocean Dragon #1 for themselves, so start to build that Drake stack up. We do have another Ocean Rift on the map for this Game 3. And, man, Fed carries on the CFO side. I mean, that Victor and that Kai'Sa are going to be a real problem.
Yeah, and I do want to update myself on the Kai'Sa build. I always mess up the Kai'Sa builds. I'm so sorry about this.
I mean, it's a mid lane champion, it's a bot lane champion. You got a lot of options.
Yeah, it is still the Luden. It is still going to be the Void Seeker first just to get the extra poke down. A lot of damage coming through this one. I'm not sure if he has the Q evolve at this level just yet. We will check up on that later on. But the gist of it is CFO has now wrestled the side lanes completely away from PSG. PSG might have been the comp to play 1-3-1, but they're losing both sides of this. We're going to watch this 2v2 again. I think the critical thing is they just don't have anti-healing here. None of these champions are running with Ignite. And just look at Rest. He gets one max Q down on 2 members. He's able to pop the Gourd Drinker, stay alive, and just hold out until he has his second W down to chase down the kill.
See, this is why you need to coordinate before you go after the raid boss. Very clearly that didn't work on the PSG side. So, 19 minutes in the game, CFO with about 5,000 gold edge. They do control the side lanes. They do control the mid lane. And yeah, Rest is going to be having a bit more of a time here with that. Gourd Drinker's going to keep getting tanky. They just want to let him be that stat stick. He's not necessarily going to be the one chasing down kills as the game goes on. But for right now, still a pretty big threat. Take a look at the player gold, and it is definitely all Shun and Mission. Wow. Over at least 1,500 over anybody on PSG.
Yeah, that mid lane's winning by 2,200 gold. That's about a full item there already. And I do want to see CFO actually play a little bit more aggressive on these dives. If they land 1 CC, Shun's instantly into the back line. They can find kills super easily. But so far, they're willing to just kind of choke out the objective slowly. They have a 5,000 gold advantage. If we're looking at the Drake timers here, it's about 26 minutes before they can go into an Ocean Soul. That's a very strong win condition. They can already set up on the Baron for sure before Unified's going to come anywhere close to getting his third item completed. So CFO can play whichever way they really want to at this point, but I do want to see them play 1-3-1 into pick a little bit more.
Yeah, PSG still have a lot of threats. They still have a lot of tools, but as the game goes on, it does feel like they're going to be increasingly reliant on Juhan. If they really want to try to funnel any kills, funnel any damage in. I mean, that Viego may be the play. He did start off pretty well. He did get the 2 kills already, but it's going to be so hard to try and dive into a Victor that has 5 kills at this point in the game.
I actually have a different view here. I think at this point in the game, you actually have to give up on the Viego ever being a carry, because he's going to be giving all of his jungle over to either the top lane or the AD carry. Like, this is the problem with running 4 carries. If you fall behind, you don't have the gold to feed them anymore. So, personally, I think Viego at this point is a reset bot. He doesn't do anything anymore.
Yeah, that's tough. CFO not really going to let up on the tempo either. They're just going to keep this move pushing. Only 1 tower PSG have been able to get this game, and it's about to be 5-4. That Voidseeker does land in onto Kaiwing. Wouldn't want to take that one just yet, but it's a 5-member defense here from PSG, but nobody's guarding the fort in mid lane, so Rez can just free push this.
I don't think PSG, they know at this point, even if they play 5v4, they probably aren't going to be able to win because of the item difference, especially from the AD carry slot, is actually just massive here. So they're going to have to give this one up, and for PSG, the best condition is still to catch CFO out in a team fight. I feel like if it comes down to skirmishes, the solo lanes are so fed, it's just not going to happen. So PSG...
They got 2 big tanks on the side.
Yeah.
Look at this. They can just they can check if they want. I mean, Koala and Gemini are okay, so they get what they came for. They leave. It is going to be the reset for that dragon, and yeah, PSG just don't have an opportunity. Maybe Hanabi could just keep pushing the side lanes, try to be a threat, try to be just a thorn in CFO's side, but this is just going to be the outer. He does claim objective bounty, but he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, and if you look at his build right now, it is pretty much just lockdown Shun build. He is going for Stridebreaker to make sure he can chase up to the AD carry, and he also does have the extra Zeal item for extra attack speed right here. So he's very much focused on just chopping down Shun at the start of a team fight. Let's see if PSG can find catches.
They do get Koala, but he is able to dredge line to safety. Teleport is already burned. The counter, no. Hanabi going to cut off Rest here. Maybe they have an opportunity to make something happen as he spins right back into the pit. Good dodge on the Voidseeker, but that is going to be the jig up.
Yeah, that was pretty insane that they were actually able to walk out of the gravity field and the ramp right there. So if I'm PSG, I'm considering myself incredibly lucky in that situation, as CFO do head out to the Drake. And ooh, look at this from PSG. They're doing something sneaky, converging on the Baron.
This should be spotted by CFO. I wonder if they can actually get this one done. They haven't actually started it as they look to chase Koala and Mission away. Dragon does land, and they immediately turn for it right now. Will there be enough time for Shun and Gemini to arrive? PSG getting cold feet. They're not going to take this risk.
I don't think it was really possible in this case. It's just the fact that Shun can actually chase into these fights so damn easily, so they're not able to do it at this point. They have to back out. And the win conditions are looking really scarce for PSG. you know, in the draft, I said I felt like this comp position did have a very high chance of just being feast or famine, and they did have to rely on bot lane with Kaiwing roaming the map to make the difference here. That didn't happen, and just look at this Viego. The second item, you know, going straight tank, he's like, yeah, I actually can't go into like the...
Yeah, you called it.
He doesn't have the economy to go into the death stance or more of the more offensive items here, so this is what's going to have to stick.
You know that whole like really overforced dive from CFO way earlier in this game, it starts to make a lot more sense given what's going on right now. I think even though they lost out on it, it was all about making sure Kaiwing couldn't roam.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And this is gonna change things. You know, I thought this series was going to go to 3-2, and here we go. Mission.
That's gonna be the turn. They managed to find a mission, bringing everybody into the party, but the turn is instantaneous from CFO. Do they have enough to finish the fight? Mission does start, but it's gonna be PSG looking to turn around. Low health bars across the board. Gemini going into stasis. They turn again for Unified, taking him out of this one as Shun is unstoppable right now. Bay and Hanabi have absolutely no chance against Rest and Shun. It ends up being a 3-for-4. With a big gold deficit, PSG, that could have been a heck of a lot worse, but they could not finish the fight.
And you saw what happened right there. PSG try to charge in as 3 to snipe off the kill. They pick a target that has stasis, and when they turn around for Shun, it's so easy for him to outplay the situation. He just killer instincts to the other side of the fight, and he gets to keep both summoners. This is why I was talking about what everything that PSG want to do runs directly into this Kai'Sa. We'll watch this fight again. They start off pretty well on Mission. Mission does not get the Chaos Storm at the start out of the fight, so they preserve a lot of HP. They get the front line pretty early on. They even start with the double kill on Unified. But look at this. Shun is completely untouched, and they don't have the skills to go back and chase down this Kai'Sa. This is just way too fed at this point. He gets free reign, and then Renekton survives, out-tanks, and chops everyone down.
Yeah. I mean, they zoned him at first, right? But that's not good enough against the Kai'Sa because Kai'Sa's never fully zoned out of the game. Yeah. So, yeah, big damage coming in for Shun on the back half. Rest able to hold it up. I think Koala did a decent job of, like, kind of body blocking for a little bit of that. And just off the edge of the gold lead and the item lead that they have, they're right back at the Baron. And, well, let's see what the response is if PSG can mount one. They're trying to move for it, but they're a little out of position. No teleports either.
Yeah, and CFO do have this ramp covered very well. A lot of deep wards going into this one. A very easy gravity field just to chase everyone off here. And I feel
slow,
like...
though.
Here we go.
They turn again for the fight. It's not the Baron they wanted. They wanted the fight after all. Juhan zoned away. Chaos Storm not going to be able to find its mark completely, though. Here comes the Featherstorm coming in. Unified. No, Koala does go down, but do they have the fight? Alive, here comes the bear drop. Hanabi finally runs out of steam, but this is low health bars for CFO. They may have lost only one, but they can't continue this fight here. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, that was so close for CFO, and I don't think PSG have the remaining power to go for this Baron, but that was a great fight for them. They get to stall this game out just a little bit more. And I think the critical thing was just how much damage Hanabi was able to get. He gets into the backline, he basically chops down Mission by himself, and then he also forces Shun away from the team fight. So very well done here on the side of Hanabi to keep this fight as close as it is. He goes with the E a little bit short, but then he follows up with a Strike Breaker, and once again just chasing up onto Shun, zoning him in a way, giving them enough time to take down these HP bars on the front. And you know, if you're PSG at this point, stopping the enemy from doing what they want is a pretty good answer.
Oh yeah, considering how far down they are, being able to even fight it out like that is huge. So, definitely not as dominant as they had supposed. CFO giving up a little bit, and they still don't secure that Baron. Critically, it's a bit of a slow Baron take that they've had, even though they turn for the fights pretty quickly. But this does mean that Ocean Soul is next on the menu. 15 seconds, the position. This goes a lot faster than the big purple worm. So PSG are going to have to get in gear very quickly. Everybody's back up. Ultimates across the board. Vision, though, is here. Hanabi on the flank. Kaiwing waiting in the wings. And Rest is actually going to find Hanabi out in that brush. So this is a bit of a wonky start already.
Yeah, this fight's a bit worse for PSG than the last one because they did not manage to get any of the summoners on Shun. He's still sitting on both. Rest might be a bit overextended, though.
Okay, he does get jumped on, but he does have the dominance. Meanwhile, he can zone Hanabi off for the time being. They can actually just look for the chase down now. That's Kaiwing and Hanabi a little low on health bars. They reset, reposition, but there is no more dominus, so this might be a chance for PSG to counter-engage if they don't get Death Lasered down first.
This Ocean Brush is doing so much for CFO. Mission can just stay here the entire fight and zone everyone away. It looks like PSG has taken enough. They're just gonna... Oh, Kaiwing! Unified!
Oh, it's so close. Yeah, they're going to walk away from it. That's Ocean Soul, and oh boy, now they're making a beeline for Baron.
Yeah, PSG have to rush back into it, but how are they going to do it? They're facing CFO with the Ocean Soul. They don't need to reset anything right here, and PSG don't have the Realm Orb to engage either. They're missing a lot of critical ultimates. I don't think they can take this fight anymore.
I'm inclined to agree right now. We've seen... You know, probably best case scenario for PSG happen at this pit already, but it started. Mission waiting on the side. Koala trying to guard as well. This is the peel away as they don't want to get collapsed on. Navi does have the ult. Mission just going to get stopped for a second. Here we go. Kathy and Rain doing a lot of work here. Mission opens up by taking down Juhan to start the fight. Chaos Storm going a little bit wide, but it doesn't matter. Hanabi in the Undying Rage trying to get as much as he possibly can done. He stopped. He goes over the wall, but Shun is not keen to let him get away with the last auto attack. Now Gemini chasing down with that Stormbringer. Koala can't quite find the distance on that dredge line, but with no more Hanabi, no more Juhan, this Baron is finally free.
Yeah, Hanabi did a very good job in that fight. You know, he closed in onto Mission, forced his abilities off, and then went straight for Shun. But Shun's just way too flexible at this point. He's able to dance out, kite back. He had Koala right in front of him, so the Tryndamere wasn't able to engage. And you can see the frustration on Juhan's face. He's playing a very, very weak version of a Viego this game. His teammate's not giving him any resources in this one. And we'll watch this fight again. I feel like the angle of attack, the best possible situation that PSG could have possibly gone for, but unfortunately Juhan still goes down. Hanabi goes in with the Ghost, knows he can't catch Shun, tries to go for Mission here. The rest is keeping him down, and Shun just does the easy chase down. Honestly, PSG is not much better you could have asked for right there. They had a very valiant effort, but they were down 3 ultimates in that fight.
Yeah, and they still tried to take it. It's a little bit rough, but that means the Baron is going to be on for everybody here. CFO, Baron, as well as the Ocean Soul. Should be pretty sustainable for them to keep this push going, and they can just take their time about it right now. Cannon Creep doing their best to protect that one, and PSG are going to need to try and find a miracle flank. Look at Hanabi around the side again. This time, at least, ultimates are available for everybody on the PSG side. That's a long wraparound, but Hanabi's going to be spotted.
Yep, the ward's already there, and CFO are holding steady. Oh, they found Unified.
Oh, dear. And they don't even take it, not even required. It's going to open up the PSG base right here, and CFO, they are taking the safe route to victory, looking to go to match point here in game number 3.
Yeah, I expected PSG to win this series 3-2. They might still, but so far CFO has given me so many surprises. This bot lane has been doing absolute work for them. Shun, so far, still hasn't died just yet. If PSG, Hail Mary fight, the first thing they need to do is they need to look for that kill onto Shun. He's been allowed to get away with only expending his cleanse in these team fights, and that's just not how it's supposed to go. Let's see if Hanabi can find the angle onto this. Kaisa, can Unified stay alive right here? The engage has to come through for PSG pretty soon.
One Nexus turret already down here, and they're just going to keep this slow push going. Sky Splitter lands onto Unified. They do not get the Void Seeker. I don't think Shun would want to go in all the way on that one anyways. Going to be holding his finger over the R button, ready to go if he needed it, but for right now, not required. Rest going to get put in Rin Prison for a second. Doesn't matter. Kaiwing tanks a huge amount of damage. It's just such a massive threat, and they're not even going for the side lane's mission. He is chunked a little bit, but he can reposition. They have run out of minions here, but there is a super coming kind of the long way around, as it looks like it got pulled from a while. That's the slowdown onto Rest, and Nabi gets the chicken on to Gemini. Doesn't really matter, and they just bunch up. CFO not presenting an opportunity for a counter-engage.
Yeah, Unified's been doing such a good job at dealing damage, and Hanabi's done great at pulling the super minions away, but they haven't been able to land most of their crowd control onto the back line. Rest is still holding onto his dominance, so he's very tanky. Here we go.
The hook. onto Bay, and he did not look tanky at all. Shun with a godlike kill as Gemini just holding the rest of them back here, and Hanabi with a desperate move to try and get a kill somewhere. He flashes forward, he gets it, but the rest of his team is going absolutely nowhere. Res dashes, slices, dices onto the steps of the fountain, but this is going to be it. With a couple more stylish kills, CFO will lock this one up. Shun unkillable and absolutely legendary as CFO go 2-1 to match point.
The rookie is roaring onto the PCS stage. We thought we were missing Doggo, but we got something comparable. Shun coming in strong for CFO. A lot of questions on how he was going to match up against Unified, because that's always the standard. If you can't take it to Unified, you're not really the real deal. But Shun, I think this time around, great performance from him. We were calling for the Kaisa, calling for the misfortune. He did not disappoint. Now, I will say this game, once again, I feel like PSG's bottom lane, especially their coordination around how to play with Realm Warp, felt incredibly off. They gave back-to-back quadra kills over to the side for PSG, and they didn't even trade anything back. So, this is definitely not a standard game for PSG. There were a lot of mistakes. I don't think the draft was terrible necessarily, but the early game holes that they dug for themselves were very uncharacteristic.
This has definitely not been a typical series involving PSG by any stretch of the imagination. A lot of oddball mistakes, and really on both teams, but this time around it was definitely much more PSG just not trading well enough. I don't think they respected the Kaisa very much. I mean, they couldn't have forgotten about it, but they clearly didn't know how to play against it in a number of these objective fights.
And we have to remember, both of these fights were ones that PSG actually started themselves. They were not forced into these fights. They were the ones calling the shots on them, and they just got completely outplayed. I think a huge issue is that they probably forgot that Chaos Storm could stop Realm Warp. So both times we saw either very super late Realm Warps, or Bay just straight up walking into the fight, which was odd to see. Like, most of the time you just see like the Rise just take a taxi and get there first. And okay, sure, you've established the 4v3. That's most likely your best case scenario where you can find a win. Now, I feel like this series is going to shift forward towards Hanabi. PSG, you know, they have a very strong bot lane for sure, but in this series, it's actually Hanabi that has been the one carrying the load and carrying the lane wins for them.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to give him a little bit more of those resources. I wouldn't be surprised to see Juhan on an early game jungler trying to give him a little bit more of an edge, trying to get the plays going. Because if they can bait rest onto a pick that can be shut down, that was the recipe to success in game number 1. There's always a chance for them to get back into this. But I do think these drafts are really interesting because both of these teams have taken a lot of risks in their drafting in this series. Yeah. And we've seen the bold picks, I think, fall a little bit more by the wayside, Clement. The safety seems to trump all.
Yeah, this is... I feel like I understand from PSG's standpoint, like, what they're trying to do. They realize they're being outmatched mid-jungle, so they're putting more of a risk factor into their side lanes. But at the same time, I also felt like they overloaded with the Viego pick. The Viego pick was completely useless this time around. Like, if you're running a quad carry, you cannot afford a bad early game whatsoever. So I didn't think that they were going to go for Viego. I think Xin Zhao would have been a much stronger pick in this situation, because he's a lot less resource intensive. He doesn't need to snowball as much to be useful into the late game. So I felt like that pick was a little bit weird. And, you know, I think PSG are slowly learning about what they could do. But I wouldn't even say that draft is overall the issues that they're having in these losses. I just feel like their bot lane and their coordination with jungle has just not been very good. That's the main issue. If you think about game 1, how they lost is they just outright got hooked on a tower dive they knew was coming. And in the second game, it was, well, they decided to run into fights that, you know, I was saying just a second before, it's like, oh, they can't run into this fight. And PSG goes straight ahead and then just dump 4 kills onto Mission. So, I mean,
yeah,
not much to talk about in some of those. It's just kind of baffling.
Yeah, well, it's especially baffling because we've seen PSG this season just have a much better read on the map and what the relative strengths are going to be in an individual fight. And I don't want to say it's all out the window, but there's enough of these mistakes to make me think that there is something going on that they just have been a little bit off on. And here's how the game unfolded. I mean, there were a couple of early game advantages for PSG. That Viego did start out with 2 kills, and things started to look like they were going to be off to a rolling start, but yeah, then those bizarre engages happened where they were members down, where they just got completely decimated in fights that they chose to take. And CFO, when a mistake is handed their way, they absolutely know how to punish. Mission, I mean, you can try banning this guy out, but he's going to be pretty happy to play this Victor. He knows that he can always deal damage the longer the game goes, and you just can't shut Shun out when he gets himself on a hyper carry. So the Kaisa looked really good. I don't really think you can ban him out. Honestly, I would not be surprised to see him getting the MVP once again.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive for him, for the rookie coming in here. You can tell at the goal difference over time here, there was 2 blips. That's 8 kills, 8-0 given over to CFO. I'm sorry, but you're not coming back against that, against an opponent like CFO. So, unfortunately for PSG, they do need to clean up that bot lane a little bit more. And I'm wondering if they would be willing to either first pick the Nautilus, like put a higher priority on it.
Oh, Mission gets it. Okay.
Oh, nicely done. I think Mission
he
definitely deserves it as well. Yeah, I think the most important thing is he just completely put Bay into his own corner. I don't think Bay has had any good engages to speak of throughout this entire game, and it's mainly just because Mission's been pushing him in 24/7. He's been winning the lane regardless of matchup, and they just can't ban him out. Like, look at how many bans this guy's chewing through. He's taking away Syndra, Galio, and the Zoe at the same time. And to be completely honest, I actually feel like Galio's not even a very good champion for Mission, but
yeah, like, I mean, he does some pretty ridiculous things with it, but like it's not the same like level of like burst or sustained damage, right?
Yeah.
I agree with you in that regard, but I do think like he makes some really great global plays for it. He gets some good roams on. He's able to reset fights with it, but yeah, he's still doing this on Victor, on like a 4th or 5th champion for him. So yeah, I wonder if the PSG draft strategy doesn't adjust to like, all right, well, maybe we need to like try and focus a little bit elsewhere. As you mentioned, putting Hanabi onto something that can really start to snowball a little bit more. Obviously, they're banning Nara against him, so I want to see the Gangplank come back. I think Hanabi has had some incredible games when he's gotten GP. And yeah, I mean, the Trinity it's not terrible, but there's not a whole lot he could do when the rest of the team was losing across the map. I think giving yourself a global ultimate to try and dish damage down across the way and still be able to put rest on the back foot, maybe that's the answer. But PSG are staring down a 1-2. If they lose the next game, they drop to the lower bracket.
Did not expect to see this.
We'll have to find out what happens next. We're going on break. When we return, we'll see match point for CFO.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Your family.
I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it.
And welcome back to the PCS Spring Split Playoffs. We are in the winner's bracket, and we are here on match point. It is 2-1 for CTBC Flying Oysters, PSG have been scrambling the last couple of games. We'll see if they can bring it back and force it to a game at number 5. But before we do get into that, one more time, I do want to thank our wonderful sponsors, CTBC Bank and Caliber. Thank you for making the PCS possible. And thank you for sponsoring CFO, because this team is on fire right now, Clement. They've taken advantage of some mistakes, but they are definitely making that bank right on back.
I was waiting when you were going to make that connection, and it finally came through. This is what you get for sponsoring the PCS. You know, we're going to remain completely partial, but I think karma out there does exist for your teams out there. That's all I'm going to say about the subject.
It doesn't hurt if you pick up some of the best XJ team members out there, and then you pair them with somebody like Shun, who has just, I mean, were they just hiding this guy for like 5 weeks? He was on the roster, I think, from the get-go. And they had Atlan, and we kept talking about how that was maybe the weak point, right? Because he was super dependent on a late game. And then they decide to just bring him in week number 5. And all of a sudden, like, he's just clowning on other 80 carries. And finally, he's beaten Unified and Kaiwing in the 2v2.
Oh, but this is when things start to get interesting. This is when you see the true character of a team like PSG. They have never been in a situation like this with their backs against the wall. Everyone had them automatically coronated right into the finals, and they might have to go into the lower bracket. None of our predictions actually had this. I've looked at all the casters, and it was all PSG all the way through. So this is super interesting. This is when we actually get to see Bei and Juhan on the biggest stage of their lives, and to see if they can actually pull through under pressure. A whole different level of game from the regular season.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a big one right now. See if they can go all the way through. I do think the rest of the squad may be feeling a little bit of jitters too, which is a surprise, but it is absolutely happening. We'll see how the draft unfolds. We're about to get into it here for this game 4, but CFO, they have to be playing with a lot of confidence. They seem to not, none of them really seem to be very bannable, but you talked about it in the post-game last time around that maybe Hanabi can be a win point to take up some of that slack. Honestly, if you can just try and trade even in the 2v2, give yourself some scaling. PSG, they've had incredible fights. They've had some solid mid-games over the course of this split. They absolutely have the pedigree to make this work, but they can't afford to give up a lot of kills to some of those hyper carries. So we'll see how things unfold. PSG once again on the blue side. So far, no change in the bans. The Syndra's off the table. We'll see if the Galio follows.
I personally think that PSG have to back off of the Mission bans. If they can just secure Lee Sin, I'm willing to give Mission a good early game mid laner. I feel like, you know, Mission's been pretty comfortable just being triple banned. He's like, okay, I'll play the Victor into Rise every single game, and I'll still beat Bei pretty handedly. So yeah. I'm a little bit worried about them continuing to force so much attention onto mid lane, and I would like to see them ease off that. You know, just pick whatever you want. Prioritize the Lee Sin, the early game jungle, and you know, pick your bot lane a little bit later. You know, see what CFO has to pick for them. I feel like with a squad as veteran as Unified and Kaiwing, they could easily go for counter picks and still win out on the bot lane. You don't have to force everything on them.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, in the regular split, they didn't often pick early on. In the earlier stages of the, as they take away the Bully Bear. I was going to say in the earlier stages of the split when, you know, it was a little bit more focused for like the Gwen up topside, et cetera, we didn't see bot as heavily prioritized right at first. And this is the adaptation. They get the takeaway. Will we see Shun on the Xayah himself, or do they want to do something different and hold the cards?
Lee Sin, again, has a very strong early game, but a little bit riskier when it comes to the team fight, a little bit more tempo-focused. They're just going to go for the Nautilus instead. Nautilus has been doing them very well. Okay, they're going to stick to this one. And that makes things interesting for Unified. Yeah, I agree with you. I feel like Nautilus has just been working out so well for Koala. There's no reason to really swap off of it. The only thing I could see them considering is that there are a lot of like tier 1 top lane options open. I just feel like CFO are pretty happy to sit on those. Most likely just going to lock in this Nautilus. Sorry, not the Koala.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're basically interchangeable. He's played so many games with this champion. Now, yeah, I think on the flip side of the matchup, okay, I was going to ask if maybe Unified's the one to play the Misfortune, but no, they're actually going to bring out the Renata Glass. This is something Kaiwing has never done.
Yeah, and it does get me a little bit worried here. Renata is pretty situational as a champion. You don't play engage with Renata, you play counter engage. So that does mean that you have to get range advantage on a champion with Bey. And I'm trying to think of what Bey actually has in the bank that really fits that bill. You want to go for control mage. I think Victor would do very well, but I'm not sure Bey even plays that. Looking down his champion, he does have the Victor and the Silas, so maybe considering a takeaway angle on the side of PSG and just going back to a straight up objective focused 5v5 composition.
Yeah, I mean, that's possible, right? If he plays it on his side, if they can try to get counter engaged for themselves and, you know, try to force CFO to come to them to start the fight, maybe that's a better play, but you're right, it's risky. As we get into the second phase of bans, LeBlanc taken off the board as well. Clearly that's not something Mission really wanted to play himself, even paired up with the Lee Sin and Gemini.
Yeah, I feel like LeBlanc is a bit of an empty ban here coming in from CFO. I doubt PSG would play LeBlanc anyway with an Enchanter support. Usually you want something more engaged and skirmish focus to enable the LeBlanc, and unfortunately Renata is not one of those. So a bit interesting on the bans right here. For CFO, they can go a lot of different ways. They should be able to push in the bot lane. They do have a lot of gank pressure into the bot side as well. So, you know, they have that basis covered, and they most likely will have a counter matchup in the top side. So CFO, I think they're sitting pretty with this draft. They don't have to force too much. It's most likely just another control mage. Or Orianna and Victor are both open. Corki is even open. So there's a lot of options there, and you just see what Hanabi throws at you. And so far, PSG, I don't think this composition has warranted a blue side draft just yet, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they've got anything left. They actually banned the Victor, so 4 bans thrown at Mission. Well, Mission threw 3 at Bey. I'll have to see. He does have, yet again, the Orianna. Plenty of ball delivery. The Lee Sin, the classic combination as well. Comes in here. They do start to set up for a good fight. Wouldn't be surprised to see it.
This is so crazy. Like, Mission's like, yeah, it's 7 bans in the mid lane. I'm totally fine with this. I'll just pick my Orianna. This is actually career-wise my best champion anyway. So that's the thing about Mission. He's way too hard to ban out. He's not like a player in the past like Westor. It's like, oh, he has 3 champions. We ban them and we're done.
Or even Maple on a given season, right?
Yeah, Maple pretty much has 4 or 5.
I wonder about this Twisted Fate. Okay, are we okay? All right. We got. I mean, there's a gauge. We got a Shurima shuffle. This will be Bey's first Azir in the PCS.
Yeah, and this is something I do worry about. You know, Azir's not one of those champions that you can just pick up out of nowhere. It's actually a pretty high mastery champion. So we'll see how he does, but just in line with how this draft composition is shaping up, you know, you have a tank in your jungler, you have counter engage, you're most likely looking for range on your mid lane, and they do go with the Azir. So I just want to, you know, toot my own horn a little bit and say I got the correct read, but this is also pretty worrying. I'm just not confident with out of the blue Azirs. I'm not sure if Bey has actually played this in solo queue, but so far we haven't seen much of it this split. We haven't seen it at all this split. And PSG will round out with a 4-1 comp with the...
Do it, Rest.
I don't think this is a good pick.
Maybe not, but I mean, it's a pretty brutal team fight, even if he's not worried about winning the 1v1. And he does it!
Oh, boy.
He does the Malphite.
PSG are not lacking in magic damage because of the Azir here. So this is fairly interesting. I actually thought they were going to go for something a little bit more, a little bit risky, or try to outrange maybe with the Jace, but they're actually just going to go straight for Malphite. And the last time they ran this, it didn't look that good. You know, I also said that CFO's weakest part is their engage. CFO are not a team that does coordinated engages very well, and Malphite pretty much only does coordinated engage.
Yeah, I feel like it's risky, but at the same time, it does add for a pretty brutal wombo combo if they can pull it off. That can absolutely be game-changing. But I realize, as I'm saying this, Clement, every time we've talked about a risky draft, the team that's done the risky draft has lost. That is the one consistent trend of tonight.
That is true. That is true. I like these teams are getting forced down to the wire, and they have to go through their entire knapsack and just try to find out what they have still left in the tank here. So let's go over the compositions just one more time. we have the super hyper carry scaling potential coming in from PSG. This late game composition will blow CFO out of the water. They have great carries, insane amounts of damage, and this time they're not trying to run a fourth carry in the jungle, so they kind of improved on that point. This comp makes a lot of sense. It's a 4-1 composition with massive scaling potential. For the side of CFO though, this is, I would say, more of a somewhat lane dominant composition when it comes to the mid game. You do have a lot of kill threat with the Orianna against the Azir. With the Shockwave, you can catch them right outside of the E, can finish it off with the Lee Sin execute, and the bot lane should win just a little bit as well. But it doesn't have that much strength in the late game, and it's very much dependent on mid game for Malphite to actually get good, unstoppable forces down.
Yeah, it's going to hinge on that for sure. CFO, if they get this win, they can close out on a 3-1 to send PSG down to the lower bracket for the first time, I believe. CFO really making a splash here in this split. This is a team that I think they came in hot. There were some questions asked about them in the middle as they started dropping games. I know I was one of the people that started to rate this team down, but all of a sudden they pull a switcheroo. They bring Shun in week number 5, and this team has been tearing it up ever since. Keep in mind, it's the team that managed to end PSG's win streak, not just today, but back then in that first week of Shun.
Yeah, that was a lot of games under PSG's belt at that point. I believe it was a 13-game win streak or something of the sort from PSG. Absolutely ridiculous. They break that in half and go on a run of their own. Now, I will say, in terms of the draft, I actually do favor PSG's a little bit here. I do think CFOs have much narrow win conditions, and this is not a draft that they're particularly familiar with. So we have to see how they set up on Drakes. We have to see their coordination. And most importantly, on the other side, I think for PSG is how well, is this Azir from Bay? Again, the Azir high mastery champion, not a champion you can just pull out of nowhere and expect to do very well on it. He had, career-wise, did have a lot of games back in the Korean Challenger scene, but as you said again, hasn't played it. First time this split.
Yeah, we'll see if he still has the fast fingers for it. I am curious. Definitely, as a high school champion, you get a lot of crazy outplays. You can definitely make the big ones. But what I am worried about is if CFO, for PSG that is, if CFO do manage to line this up, if they do manage to correct on the mistakes the last time they played this Malphite Wombo combo, I mean, man, it is just brutal CC for days. That into a Shockwave. They may not have a hyper carry for Shun this time around, but we'll see what he can do in the laning phase. Actually getting force back under tower for just a second, and Gemini a little bit slower on the draw here as Juhan is going to find him on his own blue buff. He's going to get chased out.
And they also have the bot lane that is pushing up as well, so very nicely done by Juhan. Both lanes pushing up for the side of PSG. Gemini's probably going to chance for a steal right here, but doesn't really have a chance to go in and contest this all right. Oh, nearly catches out Bay.
Yeah, that would have made a bit of a difference, but nope, going to lose out on his blue buff. Tries for round 2 here, and I don't think Bay realizes this is happening. He's going to probably have to burn his flash here, and they're just setting it up, lining it up. He burns it. No, Gemini mispredicts on the Q, but they do get that summoner.
I like the second attempt right there. Very nicely done, and this does put Bay in a rather awkward position. We have seen, especially rookies, Orianna. I'm not really sure how relevant that is because rookie Orianna is kind of a thing on its own. But we have seen this Orianna just Shockwave Azir to death quite often. Like, Azir cannot pull off the E animation quick enough before he just gets just pulled right in for the Shockwave. So that's when you usually see the Orianna matchup start to come out ahead, and a lot of those Lee Sin ganks going through it. And now with the flash down, it's even more likely.
Yeah, that's going to be the game plan for CFO, right? It is trying to keep Bay on the back foot, just shut down the mid jungle if possible. If you can't shut down the jungle, the mid certainly works out, as Bay has been much less of a carry than the shoes that he was filling with Maple. So certainly an angle of attack for CFO here, but he's right back into it, a little bit lower on the CS, but can try to use those Sand Soldiers to try and even that out. Mission, though, can keep him at bay, to borrow a pun.
There's so many Bay puns being thrown around in the PCS. Yeah. And, this is pretty standard fare for Azir. Usually does get the push earlier on. Jim might come in for the repeat gank, but this is let's see if he works.
No summoners. Okay, he shifts. Oh man, Gemini's 0 for 3 on those. Meanwhile, we got to check in on bottom again. Blade Caller. Oh, Koala's low here. Unified, they can push him back, and that is the turn. I didn't see how that one started. It was 2 summoners burned. Unified's heal and Kaiwing's ignite. Now here is the turn. Gemini going to walk onto the ward, though. This is spotted.
I feel like Gemini is spending a little bit too much time trying to find these ganks here. He is down. If you look across the jungle, he's going to be down by 2 camps at this rate. And I do want to say great find from Kaiwing. You know, that's one of the strong points about this champion. Renata, you can find the handshake. It does damage to both of the targets right there. And early game, it's actually kind of hard for Xayah to avoid those. So we are seeing at least the first back work out quite well for the side of PSG. And I do expect that to shift a little bit once Shun does go back for the serrated Dirk, as usually is the case.
Gemini's looking to double down here, actually walking through for a lane gank, but he's going to be met by Juhan. This could be trouble. They're going to open up, and they find Kaiwing flashing away. Shun follows, looking for that kill. They will not get it because he gets a bailout on himself, but finally falls down first blood as a trade comes through. It's a 1 for 2. Shun, Koala burning all summoners, but they do come out ahead.
Yeah, that was a massive win. Shun actually walks away, and Juhan isn't able to find any damage, while Gemini is able to find the backline. Now Juhan has to walk through.
Oh, he's forced to flash away. They're not done yet. Gemini wants a little bit of revenge for that blue steal earlier. Shield is on. He still can't quite connect with the Sonic Wave. He runs straight into it, and Juhan gets the uplay. He's even going to walk it out. What is happening?
Oh, that was so greedy from the side of Gemini. I can't believe he tried to do that. And I think they were just smelling the blood, smelling the 3-1 finish, but there's no way that one was supposed to work out.
Oh, they pushed their luck. Pushed their luck way too hard, Clement. So dust settles. It's 2 for 2.
Yep.
Down bot. It's a 100 gold advantage. Let's take a look. Let's rewind all the way back to the start because it was on Koala getting a hook. Kaiwing flashes, but Shun, once again, has the killer instinct. Eventually, it runs out of steam.
Yeah, and this is absolutely huge here because they don't manage to get the kill onto Koala before the bailout actually times out. So there was no revive at 28% HP. That goes over to the extra kill on the side of CFO, and then Shun is able to kite it out. So we do have a pretty strong posture here coming in for Shun. Despite the CS deficit, he should be in the gold lead at this point, and this is where this lane starts to become quite strong. So I think CFO, they are getting into that point where there's a lot of different points they can attack. The bot lane should be winning for them. The mid lane still doesn't have flash, so Gemini could attack that quite easily as well. And for PSG, I think they're going to have to start and think about this top side. You do have that Stormbringer for Juhan, and that means Hanabi can straight up chase Rest down for miles, basically.
Yeah, and Juhan's continuing to make Gemini's life a little bit hard right now. Sometimes Gemini kind of at fault for that one, but he loses out on his red buff, and they do have the information that he is up towards topside. Rest is going to try to play back here. Of course, he is losing out on the CS in this one, but he's not necessarily playing for lane dominance. As he is on this Malphite, they want to get that big R in for the engage, and this is going to open up the opportunity for first Rift Herald for PSG.
Let's see if CFO smell this one out. They do know it's happening, but just ticked over to level 6, and it does look like CFO have to let this one go. I want to see PSG actually just straight drop this into the top side. That's straight, but give Hanabi more of a lead in this matchup. This is, it's a neutralizing matchup for sure, but I feel like Hanabi throughout these games hasn't really been given enough resources to win out, and having that side lane split push is going to force CFO to send members to deal with the Tryndamere, which takes away pieces from their wombo.
Yeah, Bay takes a little bit extra time trying to get that blue buff, manages it at the end of the day. And this is a bit of a late dragon start for Gemini, actually kind of second-guessing if he really wants this. I think they thought Unified and Kaiwing might be coming up to try and contest, but nothing doing there. So we'll definitely keep our eyes on where Juhan ends up dropping that Rift Herald. As you said, probably looking at the mid lane right now. CFO are going to try to play a little defensively to set up, and they will be able to pick that first dragon. We won't get an Ocean Rift this game, Clement, because the Ocean is the first dragon.
Ah, nice. I do like my more aggressive ones. We are down to our Hextechs and to our Mountains. I feel like Hextech would be the best for PSG in this case, while Mountain slightly better for CFO. I'll find out which one it actually is here. Just a small correction. I do want PSG to drop their Herald onto the top side. I feel like Hanabi.
Sorry, not mid.
Yeah, I feel like Azir is just kind of there. And we do see Mission start to claw back the matchup. This is usually what happens post 6, especially with that flash advantage as well. But Juhan looks like he has other plans in mind. We are having a bit of a slow game, which I do think favors PSG overall. You know, this Drake timer, if you take everything into account, it's still like at the fastest a 24-minute Dragon Soul. So PSG have found good ways to kind of delay the tempo of this game and not force themselves into a 5v5 against CFO's very strong mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you called that's kind of the edge there, and they can wait it out for late if they want and take a nice slow ride for the time being if they don't make those mistakes. I mean, that's been the death knell for this squad. It's a very small gold lead, a very small advantage for CFO, not a whole lot to speak of, and despite some chaos down bottom side, you know, they got a little bit back for themselves. Juhan with the outplay, Gemini on the unforced error. We'll take a look at the gold at the moment. Juhan does actually have the most in the game, just barely, up against the side of Mission. Okay, Rest looking for the 1v1, actually, and not be able to heal it right back up. So not a lot of kill pressure there unless he really wants to risk going in on the unstoppable force and hoping he can hit his buttons faster than Hanabi. But here comes Gemini. A dive is inbound.
They're going to force the ult from him, but it's not the easiest dive to execute.
It's not, but they've got time to wait it out, and there's the kick into the queue. Gemini does make it look easy that time around. Herald's actually popped in the bot, though, as here comes the push from PSG Talon.
And Shin has to be very careful here. Juhan can disable the tower, so I feel like their only choice is to completely back off if Juhan does go forward for this one. But whoa, they actually wave clear very well, saving the feathers for that waves and setting it up for the push. So very well done by Shun to kind of defuse that situation.
Yeah, you know, you don't usually see the level of poise from a rookie that Shun has displayed. I mean, yes, he got pretty hard outplayed in game number 1, but man, he has been looking better and better as things have gone, and you can really see why the team put so much stock into having him start in week 5 and just continued on here. Koala looking for a hook, doesn't quite find it onto Unified. This game, bot lane a little bit more even, but CFO kind of coming out ahead there. They managed to get a few plates for themselves as a nice outplay up top with the help of Gemini. Rest is really off to a decent start. Frozen Heart complete.
And Frozen Heart, this is the item I wanted to see. When I was looking at the ban picks, I was saying, wait a minute, all of these guys are attack speed based. Unified, especially if he goes into the onslaught, is incredibly reliant on attack speed. Bay as well with the Azir. Then you have the Tryndamere. So everyone is going to be feeling the effect here. I like how he skipped you know, kind of the usual tank item start just to go for this one. It's the best value you can get in a single item here.
Yeah. Rest definitely having a little bit more fun with this one right now and finding the adaptation that he needed. After game number 1 certainly didn't go his way. He's been unleashed in the last few. As you mentioned, it is a little bit of a slower game, but CFO building up a little bit of advantage right now. They have a timer, as they do not want to go into the late game. We'll see what they can get done with it here. Gemini and Koala, danger of being caught out. Sky Splitter, though, they do dodge it out. Off the back, Mission picks up his Luden's Echo, though, so he's going to be a bit of a threat in of himself. Bay's going to have to respect that. Dragon comes up in a minute.
Yes, they are doing a very good job in controlling this side of the map here. They have plenty of pinks to make sure there are no flanking wards. And I think CFO are just going to find it pretty difficult to force themselves into position for this Drake. It's 40 seconds into the Infernal. This means Juhan and his Scuttle will cover that timer. And it looks like instead...
They tried to make the play. Oh dear, Mission. A quick flash. And he does trade it for the ultimate, so it's actually quite a good cooldown timer, and they're not done just yet. And the Shockwave will pull in Bay, but in a 2v1, it doesn't matter. Shutdown lands into the pocket of Juhan. Gemini is going to get caught on the rotation as well. He does get the kickback, lands the Sonic Wave. Rest is coming at his back, but they don't want to fight that one out. Meanwhile, down to the bottom, Shun trading it out with Unified in a 1v1. Unified's finding more damage on this Aphelios.
Yeah, and does have the execute as well, so Shun has to be very careful. Unified could close the gap. He has 2 gap closers still left there. And yeah, just good vision advantage into a surprise coming in from PSG here. I feel like Mission overplayed his hand. I don't think PSG really cared about the threat into the top side whatsoever. And that's one less chance that CFO have to snowball. Let's see if Rest tries to TP and join.
Oh,
Here
they're
he
going to
goes.
contest this. Oh, here comes Koala looking for the knockup. They're trying to interrupt as much as they can, and they do steal away the dragon, and the hostile takeover doesn't do a thing right now as they yoink down Juhan, getting dinner and dessert.
Oh, that was so well done by CFO at the start of this, especially for Shun outplaying the smite there. He gets the Infernal Drake. That is so important because it forces PSG to contest before they really want to. Let's see what happens to Gemini, though.
Okay, he's going to be able to walk away. The handshake was almost point blank on the face, but he's able to get away from it all the same. I cannot believe CFO just got away with murder there.
Yeah, like Shun was able to out-damage the volley bearer, I believe, just with the blade callers there. And sneaking away that objective, getting the extra kills there. PSG had a very early start on this one, but I think Rest did the correct thing here because the tower plates are already down. You don't really care about Hanabi getting much done in the top lane. He did a preempted back, and sure, Hanabi caught up on the wave, but no, that doesn't really matter all that much. So, well played on that side. Honestly, there was no jungler here. A jungler was very late, so a little bit unfortunate on the side of Juhan. Good steal coming in from Shun, and unfortunate for Kaiwing because they were caught in a position where they had to flash out right there, and Aphelios also wasn't in the fight, actually got pushed in by Shun there, so they essentially played what should have been a 4v4 into more of a 3v4 and let CFO walk away with it.
Yeah. And we also got an answer to your question from earlier, Clement. We will, in fact, have a Hextech Rift on the map, so all sorts of cross-map shenanigans. A lot more possible, a lot faster here at PSG. They are going to get another Herald at the very least for themselves, but they weren't able to get a full charge off, or rather a full tower takeoff with the last one as they popped it on bot. Oh, Hanabi forced to flash away, and they just chase him down. But he is going to be able to walk it out. Now PSG, realizing with so many members down bot, they can just drop the Herald up top side. But they are going to be in a bit of a tower race as Shun getting the push down on the bottom with some help from Gemini. Should be interrupted by Bay, though.
Yeah, I think PSG will be able to equalize on the turrets, but the question is trading mid lane worth it? I feel like that is a little bit more dicey when it comes into the calculations here. Azir really needs that mid lane to stay up, and it does seem like CFO, because they don't have vision on the top side, are willing to just relinquish that push for a better recall. So, all in all, not too terrible for either side right there in this trade. If I'm looking at the next fight, though, I still feel like PSG need to power up. Aphelios, much better at 3 items compared to the 2-item spike from Xayah, and the same goes for the Tryndamere as well. So PSG most likely going to take things very, very slow, and I think the big turn is going to come on the 4th Drake. The 3rd Drake, still way too iffy.
Well, and it's as you said, like, the composition-wise, right? Like, this is a hyper-scaling composition for PSG. They're going to want to have that late game. They have the 4-1 opportunity. Also, Hanabi, he can still chase people down. He's on the Stridebreaker build, but we do have a pause coming in here. So let's just kind of, like, look at the game state. It is still a gold advantage for CFO, but it's only 2,000. It's not unmanageable. We've seen a couple of mistakes so far from CFO, meaning that, you know, there's little places that PSG talent can take advantage of, find the place, but they are trying to play a little more conservatively, a little slower, because they have that late game.
Now, what we've seen in the past game is that Hanabi Tryndamere actually does a great job in team fights. He's able to get so much ground by himself, and that makes the job of the Malphite very awkward. Because as a Malphite, your first job is to just rush into the enemy team, put a ball onto you, and then just dunk them with the shockwave combo. But when there's a Tryndamere there, it makes the calculation a lot more muddy, because you have to think about your own backline. You have to think about, is Xayah going to be able to survive this one, and all the things like that. So I feel like there's still a very good chance for PSG to win and contest on the 3rd one, but what most likely they have to do is find that flank coming in from Hanabi. And I think this is what they're setting up to do with that swap from the bot side to the top side. They want to put Hanabi back into control of the long lane that they have in the bottom, and then try to flank across the river that way coming into the 3rd Drake. We're only 2 minutes away, and I think this one is, you know, for PSG, the way they should approach this is, you know, if we don't get it, it's fine, but if we do, we'll try for it.
Yeah, and they have an opportunity, right? I mean, again, with the Hex Gates, you can, you know, try to position for, you know, for a little bit of a better flank on the other side. Even on blue, you can do this. PSG are actually trying to bait a fight. Juhan is waiting over the Raptors right now, but Mission's able to just poke out Kaiwing. This is another risk of playing the Renata, right? Is like, you are squishy. You do not have tank stats.
Yeah,
You gotta walk it out.
PSG do not do a good job with their composition at actually pushing terrain. So what CFO are doing here is really smart. They're going directly up the ramp into PSG's jungle and saying, you know what? You have an enchanter support. Try to push vision with enchanters. Try to push vision with a Bay. And they know that they can just poke out with Mission. Once again, Orianna has been, I think, the most played champion of Mission's career, and he's very good on control mages like this.
Yeah, and another reason why you just can't ban him out. Now there is a wraparound here from Hanabi. Koala puts down a ward in that river brush, so they clearly think something is up here. But now it's just going to be the turn, the reset for the dragon. Still about 40 seconds before that one spawns, so we will just see the reset.
Yeah, we do have Rest coming in with the Sunfire, so...
Oh no, the melty combo, Clement.
This is pretty interesting.
I love it. I mean, I usually see this kind of thing more in TFT, I'll be honest.
Yeah, you usually assume that they're going to go for the Iceborne, Frostborn Gauntlet just to, you know, get a slow field down. The damage is kind of a secondary thought, but this is how Rest wants to play it.
He is a very entertaining top laner. Like, I mean, he's been a little quieter on the emotes this game, but he's kind of known as our BM king for any of you uninitiated viewers. He does like to spam. Now, PSG. Okay. Ooh, I don't know if Koala wanted that one to connect. But all 5 members of CFO are here, as are PSG. Dragon is up.
Alright, we do have to look for the flanking angle now for Hanabi, and he's going around the long route. And CFO have also pushing the wave.
Taking it.
Yeah. I think this is okay for PSG. Like, they knew this was a bit of an outside chance on the 3rd Drake. The 4th one is when you really want to, but you need to force feed some of these carries right now. Azir 2 items is not comparable to Orianna. Neither is the
Aphelios?
I wanted to call him Aphelios. There we go. There's too many champions that start with A.
Azir, oh my god, yeah, you're right. It's starting to get there. It is interesting to look back over the years and think of how many have been added. Well, in the process of everything. Whoa, look at this though, PSG, the sneaky Baron start. Ooh, it's not that slow either. Gemini's gonna be spotting it, but do they commit? They're staying on it. They're not bailing away. Rest has teleport. This is a risky play. Here comes Koala around the backside, looking for the setup here. He's just trying to buy some time. I don't know about this one. Trying to pull the Great Escape, but meanwhile, it's all a ruse! It was a ruse, Clement! They're gonna sacrifice him for the Baron for CFO! What an absolute ridiculous bamboozle!
They were just using
and they get out! I mean, Koala dies, but it's totally worth it!
That was such a funny play from Koala. You see him coming in by himself, and you're like, this is a dead Koala. And then he turns around on their head. He gets so far away, and PSG actually chase. Look at Bay. He's completely flabbergasted. He's like, what? Wait a minute. Did we just lose Baron for that?
I cannot believe what we just saw. That is the biggest brain play I have ever seen.
I love what Rest did as well. Rest was there just to make sure PSG couldn't get over the ramp. He was like, I'm a rock, and I'm just going to clog this ramp. I don't even care if I die.
Koala, like, the crazy thing about it, too, is, like, it would be so, like, understandable to be like, oh, he just clicked, like, yeah, like, he made a mistake. He thought he was going into the team, didn't go in with him, because it's happened this series.
Yeah, it's happened actually
I can't get over
times. That. Oh, boy. Is PSG going to be sent to the lower bracket by a Marsupial? That was such a clean play.
Hey, man, I used to cast the Oceanic region. Never underestimate the power of koalas.
That's a drop down level play. But Jun's coming in, though.
Okay, I don't know about this one. Juhan, he's forced to... Oh, no, the Stormbringer is storm brought, and there's nowhere to go here. The kickback, Gemini getting unified into no man's land as they take him and Kaiwing off the map. Everything's starting to fall to pieces for PSG. Clement, we might be seeing it. Did the Flying Oyster knock PSG off their perch?
Oh man, PSG has been so dominant this entire time throughout the league. It looked like they couldn't be contested. They could have had the better drafts the entire time. And I just can't believe this is happening. You know, CFO has looked really kind of discombobulated, but this game, they're attacking PSG from so many different angles. They're outsmarting them on different levels. And let's just watch this again. Juhan, he tries to find the angle, but it's a very difficult angle to force through, especially against this. Xayah here, they're forced to walk through Mission. Mission ain't gonna let them do that. And what a clean play by Gemini.
That was beautiful between Mission and Gemini. Absolutely incredible coordination there. And now Gemini is really feeling himself. Gets the insect, and Juhan's heading for the hills, forced to flash away, calling desperately for backup, but there is only Unified coming, and I don't think he wants to. He does try to turn a kill around Moonlight Vigil going forward, but Gemini again, and Mission will not die!
The base is wide open. They bait PSG to overcommit right here. That's the AD carry gone. There's no one to wave clear.
This has got to be it, you have to think. If they can keep this push going, 25 seconds is a long time. They're going to at least get this inhibitor down, and 5 members strong. Yeah, Koala tanks up a tower shot, doesn't really matter. And this is going to be PSG's final stand. Are we going to be seeing a 4-game series? No, because CFO decide they would much rather get the reset. They are playing with restraint, Clement. They are not pushing their edge.
They got the flashes, and that's good enough. They don't need to chance it right here. Koala, please come
Koala
on.
does get caught. This is a turn.
This is a bait, is it?
It's a bait. Yeah, I think it was. Hanabi, he's just going to get knocked up for days. Eventually, that Undying Rage is going to run out. And he's doing a lot of work, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, base caught again, too. Get your yakety sax playing as he tries for the 2-man shuffle, but they don't have enough damage to follow through. That hostile takeover
Mission actually
is only
kills
going to do enough.
Shun.
They do manage to shut down onto Shun. Can PSG shut things down here? Their base is under siege, though.
There is
and
some
CFO are going to try to walk it out.
Yeah, Russ can still come back into the fight, but that was such a clutch play from Kaiwing. He actually tags the hostile takeover onto Mission, and with the clockwork windup, Mission turns around and kills his own AD carry. So, what a massive play, but he might not even survive this.
Yeah, Rest has already gone in on the flank, and now Kaiwing, he bails himself out, but it's only a couple more seconds remaining. Meanwhile, Juhan and Kaiwing and Unified are trying to go in. The Shockwave dodge, but it doesn't matter. Sundisk up, I don't think that's going to deter CFO for very long. Hanabi is pinging for help right now as they've lost the last Nexus turret. Well, Dragon Soul be damned, Clement. I think they're going for it.
Yeah, Xayah has just respawned right here in 24 seconds. And here comes Rest. He's about to finish this game off.
He's certainly trying right now. Juhan and Hanabi looking to hold the line, but I don't think it matters. The Big Bear is going to get taken down to 0. And off to the knock-up Rest. He really only needed to bowl one strike. And that is going to be the series. CTBC Flying Oyster knock PSG Talon down to the lower bracket.
Nobody saw this one coming. PSG were heads above shoulder, the stronger team throughout the regular split. They had the bot lane that was so consistent here, and the top lane that could match up against Rest, but they still dropped the series. And this game was a really weird way how things played out, honestly. I just feel like the early skirmishing power and just how consistent Mission was throughout this entire 4-game stretch was what put PSG down. We were asking the question, who is the best mid-jungle duo in the PCS? And the answer is, after Maple, it's no longer with PSG, it's with CF.
Yeah. Mission and Gemini, and also just after that first game loss, recalibrating, trading for some really interesting champion choices, for some really solid and outside the box. I mean, with all the bans being thrown the way of Mission, he's perfectly fine to go onto a couple of different champions like the Orianna and the Victor. He plays them all so consistently. Gemini, with a few mistakes, kind of finds his way back into the series and just does work. That Lee Sin looked beautiful in this game number 4. And Shun, how about this rookie AD carry just rocking Unified and Kaiwing more often than not? We don't get to see that in the domestic league here. I think it's a new day in the PCS, Clement. I mean, this is CTBC Flying Oyster going straight to the finals.
And if you look at this game, it was such an abrupt turn. It was actually doing pretty okay. Like, everything was according to script. You know, you get to scale until 2.5 items. Maybe you don't get 3, but you get 2.5, and go into the 4th Dragon Soul fight where, you know, your Azir's online, your Aphelios is online, and maybe we see something happen. But it was so odd where we just saw the PSG just go for Desperation Baron, and Koala, who is, you know, koalas are supposed to be the dumbest animals in the animal kingdom. They outsmart PSG.
Shots fired, man.
Completely just like dismantle them.
You know, it makes me think of something from the interview last week, Clement, when Ririchu asked Kaiwing, like, you know, what he thought about this side of CFO. He's like, yeah, you know what? This is PCS T1. And I don't know, man, that was some big brain plays worthy of Carrier. I think Koala may have his ups and downs, but man, that was brilliant. And the whole team went along with it. What an incredible play. What an incredible series from this squad, who are really making a name for themselves here in the PCS and earning a finals berth the first time in these jerseys.
Yeah, I just feel like PSG throughout this series, especially in Game 3, Game 4, I feel like they lost a lot of their patience in some of these early game skirmishes. They could have waited on a little bit longer. Like, you know, you don't have to sweat it. Of course, the third Drake, there was one mess up where they allowed the Malphite to walk in and get that objective with Shun kind of uncontested. But other from that, I felt like the game was still very much playable. It just, like, I was in shock at how fast that game was going downhill right after their Baron. And unfortunately, from the players' faces, I have to attribute some of it to tilt factor. I think
you're right.
The unified play afterwards was very clear sign of it's just like, I'm sick of this and I don't know what's happening. So unfortunately, I do think there might be some communication problems happening on PSG. It's, you know, it's always somewhat expected in your first split trying to integrate 2 Korean players onto the roster. So maybe that's some of it, but I think unfortunately PSG didn't really play to the usual standard that we expected out of them.
Yeah, I think they definitely had a little something lacking in most of those games today. Whatever it was enough to really let CFO overcome them. But at the same time, I do want to give a lot of credit to the CTBC side because they did exactly what they needed to. Some risky compositions, but they just played to win conditions really well. They found the edges in these very chaotic fights. A lot of them they didn't choose, but they found the positional errors and they took advantage of them. And it just showcases the raw talent that every member of this Flying Oyster squad has.
Just look at this gold graph. PSG were within 2,000 gold at 22 minutes with a Nazir and a Aphelios and a Tryndamere. I felt like that was an okay position to play through. Like, you really didn't have to force any of this. And look at what happens to the gold graph right after that. It's Baron play, and the catch, and to just game end. So, yeah, I just feel like, you know, if I'm looking at this series as a whole, I don't feel like if PSG replay this, they're going to make the same mistakes in Game 3 and Game 4, and that just makes the finals, if it's still these two squads, that much more spicy.
Yeah, we have a lot to answer before we get there, but Gemini earns the MVP for our final game tonight. 100% kill participation. Chef's kiss on that Lee Sin. And this, he was set behind early against Juhan. He actually got 3 buffed and couldn't really do a whole lot to try and get back in it, but he doubled down on trying to get the lane plays, managing to find them. He even made an oopsie down bot, but it didn't matter because when it got into those mid-game fights, he was just pulling insect kicks left, right, and center.
It was so incredible to watch him just land onto Unified every single team fight. We saw the collapse after the Baron play, really shut down any chance that the Dragon Soul was going to be taken afterwards. And I feel like Lee Sin is sort of the unsung hero of this series. I kept on asking, I kept on calling for a PSG to prioritize a Lee Sin, not only because Juhan plays it a lot, but because Gemini plays it so well. And we are still seeing Lee Sin is still the king of early game junglers. If you want to snowball early game, you pick the Lee Sin. You can easily flex into the LeBlanc afterwards. And even if you don't, he can still keep the opponent jungler down and prevent a snowball on the other side. So I think, you know, some of these olden champions are still golden. You have to factor in Lee Sin into a lot of these drafts.
I think you absolutely do, and both these teams did, but it was CFO that had that last one, and Gemini, man, he has got to be feeling pretty well with not only his performance, but what the team was able to accomplish. 3 games to run it back after that game number 1 loss, and they are moving on to the finals. They may be in for a rematch with PSG Talon, but they've already proven that they can go toe-to-toe. And man, it'll be so exciting to see. We're going to be getting an interview with CFO right after this. Don't go anywhere.
the darkness turns to light. No way you feel alive. You're floating in the air. There's lightness everywhere. Watch the stars turn, signals from another place. See the colors burst, lifting off to outer space. On a new path, waking up, it's not too late. There's no time to waste, we will elevate. Moving up the blue skies, journey to a new time. We are traveling with our gravity, reaching the horizons, we just keep on rising. We are traveling with our gravity. Nothing brings us down, 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 nothing brings us down. We are traveling with our
Hello，欢迎来到三台版，我是主持人日志，恭喜 CFO 赢下今天本场的比赛。Hey guys, welcome to the Post Match Interview. I'm Riju. Here with me today is none other than CFO's mid laner Mission. Mission, can you introduce yourself, please? 那今天来到我们的3号采访席是 CFO 的中路选手东山。东山可以先跟大家打个招呼吗？
大家好，我是 CFO 的 Intermission。
So of course, congrats on today's comeback 3-1 victory. I have to ask, did the team expect to 3-1, especially over PSG today? 那首先当然想问的就是今天有没有预计到会3-1赢下 PSG 呢？
哦，我现在回答，我现在会打吗？
听到了吗？刚才失事了，听到了吗？
喂喂，
喂，123，123。
我现在回答吗？
哦，可以可以。
因为上次他们上次在打 DCG 的时候就是3-0，所以想说我们可能对他们应该不太会赢，所以是没有预期我们会赢。
So he said that the last time when PSG faced off versus DCG, they managed to win them with a very clean and fast 3-0. So they said that actually looking at that match, they didn't expect it to be able to even win PSG, much less to play for a 3-1. So the next question I want to ask is that the casters brought up, especially during game 1, that CFO today looked like they weren't quite on form. So I wanted to ask, in a long best of 5 series like this, because the fact that you guys dropped the first game and then came back strong for the next 3, was game 1 kind of that warm up for you guys? What went wrong? Can you explain? 那接下来想问的就是今天的让一追三之主播台也有提到，就是第一把 CFO 的状态看起来不太好，那场是出了什么意外呢？还是说就打个 BO5 的系列，第一把是用来热手的吗？
因为第一把就是我中野我们配合有点 fail， 然后加上我对线没有压制好对方的中路，就是让他能就是跑线，所以第一把才会看起来就是这么难。
So he said that in game number 1, their mid and jungle synergy wasn't the best. He actually used the English word fail, and he said that game 1 mid jungle was just a fail. And he said that also it was on him personally, where he wasn't able to put pressure on PSG's mid laner in that game number 1. So it allowed PSG's mid to just start roaming around the map. So the next question I want to ask is that for today, and also for most of playoffs, most games were won on blue side. We see a lot of teams choosing for that blue side. So what are your personal thoughts on this? And also, do you prefer playing on blue side too? 最近季后赛蓝方的胜率比较高，然后战队也通常会选择蓝方。想问东山选手，你个人会觉得蓝方会比较强吗？有什么想法呢？
我觉得蓝方会不会比较强，通常都是看队伍的风格，因为红方就是比较适合，就是可以 counter pick。像我们如果红方的话 ，rest 可以比较容易 counter pick 对面的上路英雄，所以我觉得我们红方会比较厉害。但如果比较不喜欢 counter pick 的队伍，可能就会比较想要蓝方，然后去首选蔡雅跟弗利贝尔这种比较 OP 又可以先选的英雄。
So he said that whether or not blue side is strong, he thinks depends on the team and the individual team's play style. Because he says, for example, for CFO, their team, they actually prefer red because when they play on the red side, red is of course the side that's easier to counter pick on. So when they play on red, it's a lot easier for them to pick up a counter pick champion for their top laner rest, and it's easier for them to counter pick top. Whereas he says for teams that aren't really interested in counterpicking, a lot of the times they will pick a blue side so that they get first pick of whatever is OP in the current meta. He brought up right now would be Xayah as well as Volleyball for teams that want to snatch these champions in draft phase. Usually they will go for the blue side. So the next question I want to ask is that last week when we interviewed JT's unit boy, he said that you're a pretty old player, but yet you're still able to play so well. So I wanted to ask if you have any sort of response to what Uniboy said. Does it make you want to play versus JT maybe in the finals anymore or not? So 那天暖暖就是在采访中就是说东山这么老了还打得这么好，想问东山有什么想回复他的吗？还是说会不会更加期待下次能够对上台北这战队的机会吗？
就我觉得打得好不好可能跟年纪也没有关系，因为 Faker 他虽然年纪也蛮大，但是他还是打得挺好的。然后我觉得暖男也打得很好，只是他的打法风格可能也是需要辅野比较多帮他，但是我觉得可能他的队友帮他比较少，所以我觉得他也打得很好，只是队友不一样。
果然是我们的 PCS Faker. So Mission said that his response is that he thinks that how well a pro player can play doesn't have anything to do with age. He brings up Faker and he says that Faker has also been playing professionally for a lot of years. He's also of a similar age to him, and yet Faker is still playing so well. He says that he personally actually also thinks Uniboy plays very well. He thinks Uniboy is a very good mid. However, Uniboy's play style is one where he tends to require a lot of jungle as well as support assistance, whereas he thinks that the rest of the JT team don't really help Uniboy out as much in that regard. But he does think that Uniboy is a good player. So of course, my follow-up question then has got to be, do you think that you're the best mid laner in the PCS? 那接下来当然要问一下，东山会觉得自己是 PCS 最强的中路吗？
我觉得不是是 DCG 的 Nasty， 因为我觉得他的打法帮助他的队友，他的打野跟上下路都非常多。然后我的打法会看起来比较厉害，是因为我的队友都帮我很多，我需要拿很多经济，所以我觉得最强的是 DCG 的 Nasty。
好谦虚的一个回答。So Mission said that he actually does not think that he is the top mid laner within the PCS. He thinks that that award definitely has to go to DCG's mid laner Nesty, because he said that why he looks like he is a very good mid laner is because he actually gets a lot of assistance from his team. He gets a lot of gold funneled onto him, and he gets the help of his teammates, which is why it looks like he performs very well. One thing that he admires about Nesty is that that Nesty is very willing to self-sacrifice, and also he helps out his top, he helps out his bottom lane, he roams a lot, and he's willing to give up that gold, and so he thinks that Nesty is actually the best mid laner. So my next question I want to ask is, what do you feel is the biggest difference for you between this year playing on CFO versus last year and previous years playing on J Team? 接下来想问，就是东山选手认为，自己就是今年跟去年相比，最大的差异会是什么呢？
我觉得是队伍风格会比较适合我。就是今年的话，因为今年就是Gemini 跟 Koala 都会一直帮助我很多，加上我也是比较需要队友来帮我的风格。那当然我也不是说以前的队友不好，是以前的是 Hana 跟 Woody 他们是反过来是比较需要中路去帮他们的，所以这个应该是我觉得这个队伍比较适合我。
So he said that the biggest difference he feels is that this year he thinks that he melds together with the rest of the CFO squad a bit better. He said that, for example, Gemini and Koala, for example, you tend to help him a lot during the game. He wants to say that this doesn't mean that previously on J Team, you know, he had an issue with any of his teammates. It's not like that. He thinks that in the past, for example, with Hana as well as with Woody, they were the type of players who generally required assistance from mid lane rather than the type to give mid that help. So he thinks that CFO is the better team synergy-wise for him. So I want to ask really quickly, we've seen that your sponsor, of course, their baseball team is doing great, and also on social media, your bank sponsor really loves the League of Legends team. Have you guys been to watch any of the baseball games before? 就在社群上能看得出来，中信爸爸很疼他们的英雄联盟战队。想问你跟队友们有没有一起去看过 CTBC 棒球队的比赛吗？
因为现在就是比赛期间可能比较没有时间，然后之后等休赛期的时候，我们可能会跟他们一起参加活动，然后玩一些游戏之类的，然后应该也会去看他们的比赛。
好期待. So he said that because right now, of course, it's their season, it's the playoffs, they have to play their competition games, so they don't have time to do that right now. But he said once their season is over, they definitely do plan to attend some events with the baseball team, and definitely they are going to, they're planning to watch the baseball matches together. So my last question I have to ask, now that you guys have punched through to get through to Sunday's finals, which team do you think will be the team to face you on Sunday, and what do you think that the result is going to be the same as today? 那最后一个问题就是想问的，就是觉得周日决赛会是哪一支战队上来挑战你们呢？会不会觉得会是会又是 PSG 吗？还是会觉得会是一个 JT 宇宙决赛？
我觉得会是 DCG。因为我觉得他们稍微调整一下他们的配合跟沟通，我觉得都会比那个 PSG 好。
JT 呢
？JT 我觉得要看他们的状况，我不是很清楚。
So he said that he actually thinks the team that will make it into the finals will be DCG. He said that especially recently, DCG, as long as they can turn their communication as well as their synergy amongst the team around, which is something that it looks like they've been doing lately in playoffs, he thinks that they will be really strong, and he thinks that they are the better team than PSG right now. As for J Team, he thinks that he's not very familiar with how the team is doing right now, so he can't say. All right, thank you so much, Mission, for the interview. And of course, good luck for the finals on Sunday. 好的，那非常感谢东山接受今天的赛后采访，祝 CFO 下周加油！相信东山，接下来就是主播台咯，拜拜。
Thank you very much, Road Trip, for the interview. Man, Mission, all right, with the spicy prediction looking like it could be a J-Team Multiverse final there, Clement, but without J-Team themselves.
Exactly.
That would be a very new day in the PCS. It's very possible, though.
I love how well that Mission took the trust in Mission
sort of meme, because that was actually kind of a negative meme on the community. But this time I hopefully I think he can turn it into a positive here. Mission has been with us for such a long time. He's been to Worlds, but he's just been so close to actually just like cracking into the top performance and actually unlock the full breadth of his potential for a very, very long time. So I'm glad for this veteran. I think he said exactly what needed to be said. Hey, look at Faker. He's still around, and I'm PCS Faker, so I'm still around.
It does seem like that's becoming the consensus for everybody. I really liked what he talked about in regards to like who he thought was like an even better player, or at least a player that he really considers to be quite good in Nesty, because you just look at the pure stats and they don't obviously tell the story, but the fact that he gets a lot of help from his team, whereas Nesty self-sacrifices to make things happen around the map. It is just a different approach to the game. It doesn't necessarily make him a worse player, and I'm curious to see if his read on the relative strength is correct. I mean, Deep Cross would have to make the full run back to do it, as they will be fighting out against J-Team in a rematch of the first game of the Spring Split tomorrow at 5 p.m. But of course, we also have the winner of that game going on to face PSG Talon, who will clearly be itching for revenge against CFO after that one. And of course, it all wraps up this Sunday. CFO going to be in the finals, but who's joining them? We'll have to see. We have such a stiff level of competition here in the top four. It is very clearly no longer a PSG and Beyond Gaming horse race, Clement.
And PSG have to recover from the shock that this series must have given them. I don't think they faced kind of a near-peer opponent that could contest them across all three lanes, and it really messed up their strategy. So I still feel like PSG, whoever comes out of DCG and J-Team, PSG are going to have a very handed advantage over them. If you look at the PSG versus DCG series, they beat them in all three lanes. So there is a marked gap in just like, I think, the raw talent level between these two squads. But after that, the CFO series, I think, is going to be so incredibly difficult for them. And it's always better to get this jolt in before MSI rather than later. Figure out where you're weakest, figure out which areas you still need to improve on before you face the international challengers.
Absolutely. You best learn those lessons early rather than too late to dial in any changes. But we are, I think, looking at the evolution here of the PCS. PSG dropping down to the lower bracket, not something we're used to seeing in these days of dominance. They have just fallen short this time around. CFO with a well-earned 3-1, a very weird series, a very bizarre series, but some incredible play, some incredible performances from a number of these players. I am so excited to see what CFO can do, but we'll have a lot more games to play. For now, we are signing off for the night. So on behalf of myself, Clement, everyone else on the PCS broadcast, thank you so much for watching. Be good to one another, and we'll see you tomorrow.